Clicked it.
And we've got the usual pre-stream. Okay, is YouTube going to work for Wasted tonight or not?
I think it's gone live.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's gone live.
Possible.
Why are you, Tex, what are you doing?
For those of you tuning into us right now,
Insert intro here.
Yeah.
Every day I'm shuffling.
Welcome to how we all start off Vanguard episodes behind the scenes when the trailer's running, where we all spawn in weird, unusual places in the world.
I'm on the Vanguard.
I'm over at the Magnesium base.
So if anyone was wondering, is the Vanguard still there in space? Yes. Yes, it is. I get to
I
check up on it every week.
I actually logged out into bed, so I actually spawned back here as opposed to random location number 2.
Yep, same.
Yeah, it spawned me over at the survival kit at the Magnesium base. Nowhere near where I stopped at the last episode, but...
Oh, space are... Actually, I'm not blaming you for this. Space engineers. I'm in an open cockpit. I have my helmet open, and I immediately start suffocating because I don't have an air vent on.
I don't understand why those bike cockpits do that. I've seen that comment before, because they're set up exactly like the other cockpits, which shouldn't need an air vent.
I totally agree with you.
It makes no sense.
Good evening,
Tonight
everybody.
on Vanguard Uncut.
You may have noticed that it says Uncut in the title for this one. Well, I should probably explain. Behind the scenes, we've got some stuff going on, preparing for upcoming stuff in the series, but that's taking a while, and there's some building that needs to be done. So tonight is fourth wall break night, beginning with all the things that happen before the stream goes live normally. Like, for example, getting stuck in various bits of the ship, or Wasted realizing that he forgot to change his sound card, so I have no in-game sound at the moment.
Get out the
Or me forgetting to actually not do the usual Vanguard stuff and switch modes on my mixer, so I'm actually live with my audio instead of just talking to myself.
Oh, very nice.
Or me spawning in a different base, and just trying to camp and cover for it while everyone else is doing something.
I'm clearing the weather. I'm sorry, I'm not building in the fog. No, absolutely no. Space engineers fog can go, you know what.
So anyway, good evening, everyone.
How do?
Oh, that's right. I've got to get my tools back.
Thank you, Rumbles. Cheers, mate. Very kind of you. Hope everyone's doing okay. Hope everyone remembered to go and say thank you to their father for being a father, apparently, or something. That's how it works, I think. I think that's the gist of things.
We don't have a lot of steel plates left.
How are we doing for iron? Do I need to go run? Take a run for the border?
Make a run for the border.
We've got
There you go.
31,000. And the assembler should
bad
be
going.
queued up.
Yeah, we're going to chew through that pretty quick at 3 pop, though, so... Oh,
Well,
I'm just going to
worse.
queue up like 20,000 steel plates.
How long does it
3 or
take
4
us
days.
to set up? It depends entirely on what's going on in each week. Like some weeks you can just log in and that's basically it. Although even then it tends to be about 30 minutes of actually getting people into the server and getting everything sorted. What am I doing? I'm teleporting to one of you guys, aren't I?
Why is there a hole here that's not present?
Probably because Space Engineers is doing that thing again.
Oof.
There we go. I just needed to drill the side.
Come on, Space Engineers. You
All right, why are you not hovering now? I've moved your... Altitude minimums there. Covers are on. Not locked to the ground.
Thought about redoing my piston arms to make it more compact when it's contracted, but
You'll get a Vanguard blueprint when it's time,
I'm
Andy.
kind of afraid to touch it anymore.
And true to form, Space Engineers has decided that the Salamander needs to be logged and locked into the ground.
That is why mine's over there on a ramp, if you remember. Like, we might just want to build vehicles car parking spaces, so that that doesn't happen. As weird as that is. Although, again, it does seem to be an Iris-specific thing. Yes, you will get... when I publish it, I will publish both versions of the Vanguard. In fact, I will probably publish all three. The one from the very beginning, before we touched it at all. The
It's
one
a good
from
thing it's an uncut episode, because the
end.
salamander is completely screwed up right now.
One from just
What's
before the
key
refit,
press to,
and then the one from after the refit.
get all the components for the block you're holding up.
Unadulterated,
I remember that.
version 1, version 2, basically.
It's just middle mouse button.
Oh, I feel stupid. All this time. Okay. All right. Well. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a thing.
Mr. Welder Bar,
Hmm.
what is the state of the welder?
I think I want to put a cockpit on the side. I know that didn't work last week, but I'm going to put a remote control on the base. I want to be able to look at the wall while I'm welding it.
Okay. Why not?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, another thing that happens every week is, because I appear on the Vanguard, this is everyone's one. No, people have kind of stopped giving me hassle about not having good tools all the time. But this is why I don't have good tools every time. Is because every time I go back in again, all my stuff's gone.
Mm-hmm. There's a reason why I try to actively remember to drop my tools before the end of the episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
if
far,
I'm
I
not
seem to have been lucky.
If I'm not in a bed, then I ask to drop it in a connector.
Okay, something's completely screwed up with hovers right now. I am not exactly sure what.
They're off, dude.
Yeah, I know, but they're showing up as on when I go into it, and I've power cycled it multiple times, copy pasted the grid.
Okay.
It's
enough,
doing that
fair enough.
fun little desync again. I mean, there's no... Did I leave power off on this grid? No, power...
Did you paste it into the ground?
No. No, because I can even...
Oh, no, you can't, because it's a small grid.
Yeah, and I can move it on gyro power just fine. But if it's on its other end, I can't move it at all.
Perfect.
So I have no idea what's up. Try turning it on again. Power cycle at that level.
Giving the truck a charging point's a problem, because it doesn't have anywhere to put a
It's a
connector,
good thing
because
it's
it's
an
blooming
uncut episode.
even block width. So you can't center the connector on it.
Still, we're a live
What are
stream.
we going to do with this, I wonder?
Nope. Straight flat down.
It's some sort of multi-wall setup, I think. Multi-wall setup with the outer
I
wall
was
a bit
gonna
lower
volunteer
than
to
the
go
inner
run
ones,
get some
so you
iron,
can shoot
but-
over. We could do a rotor
Salamander
connection.
don't wanna.
Yeah, that could work. And you're right, it could do with a
Salamander's
charging
an independent car. Don't need no cargo.
point. You got cargo, it's just not very much.
Maybe take spacebar's ship. Afraid I'm
doing,
gonna
Farrell?
crash it or something.
Just proving I can move the grid.
Okay.
So it's not like it's in the ground or anything. It just doesn't want to go anywhere. Minimums are setting the hover to 1 meter, so it should be off the ground right now.
Is your dampener on?
Should be.
It's bikes still?
No, they're not.
Oh, for the love of. All right, someone go back on my stream, clip it. I could swear those hovers were the damps were on.
See? 200% more audience interaction already.
I quite like that, Josh. I need to work out how to record it, but I quite like that. The idea that the crew starts recording a bad homemade documentary of their own activities. We just need to get a proper overlay that makes it look like a crappy, like, handheld camera.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
It's something set up in OBS to sort of randomly shake the screen a bit as you're doing stuff.
That or we're building something and you've got a camera drone just constantly buzzing us and getting in the way.
Well, I mean, we did. We had the beer camera. Camera.
Yeah, that one. The continuous and ongoing regret at the fact that this is even block width.
Yeah, kind of did it to yourself.
No, I didn't. I didn't build it even block width. It came that way.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go.
I just chose not to cut the entire truck in half, add another block, and put it back together again.
Tower Ranger in my chat is asking if I'm going to add the battery idea I did last night, and I already kind of mentioned it to the others that I've got this great hot swappable battery idea, and it won't actually fit in any of our vehicles.
Fit in any of our vehicles. Except maybe the truck.
No,
which is kind of cheating.
Maybe the truck.
How big did you make it? If it doesn't fit in the truck.
It's two small grid batteries laid flat with armor blocks on the middle and either end. But the problem is because of Keen and how they fixed collision but didn't fix collision as far as merge blocks go, it doesn't quite work the way you expect it to. So it won't let you actually sit the battery in a nice tight cavity. You've got to still leave space around it so it doesn't merge in.
Oh,
and
sorry, Draconics.
it's with merge blocks because you don't want to have it on rotors because it's a subgrid and have fun with
killer
that.
Mode.
And again, I'm flying a car through the air out here, so well, I guess that works too.
Alright, what am I going to call this new hover bike? Less sucky? Mark 1?
Something that actually has batteries on it.
There you go, you're good, Draconic. Sorry, mate.
I mean, actually, that's what we could do. I could put the rechargeable battery thing on yours if it's going to be big enough.
Oh my god, why? Why did I make it like this? Where on earth does it go?
Well, I mean, we'll pull back the.
There isn't even a surface to attach it to.
One of the challenges that we've effectively set ourselves is let's try not to use reactors and be dependent on uranium and whatnot. Which is great until you start introducing a propulsion system that does nothing but chew up battery power.
No, there is that.
So last night I worked out a little rechargeable, like a cordless
on the
tool
bottom,
battery.
and we can come and land down on top of it. Now
okay.
That you
there's
can
a thought.
actually, it's built to be able to pop it into a chassis from below, from underneath the
There's a thought.
surface
Now
of
that
the
I
ground.
like.
Pops it into your chassis, shunts it over, so you can switch over to a second fully charged battery.
Well, I wish you'd told me, come up with this idea before I built this entire bike around 2 batteries that make the frame.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. Is it's a chunky system, so it's a little hard to build into a rover design. I didn't quite get that far last night to build a brand new rover around it.
Yeah, I know it was to stop Spacebar from putting stuff on it, but I'm not sure it was worth it. He still found places to put stuff, and I can't build anything on it myself. Also, something doesn't look quite right there. Nope, can confirm. Don't think that's correct. Not even a little bit. Nightbot was in psycho mode, I have just disabled it. But yeah, if you remember last time we streamed, we had a bit of a bot pleasure. And so we had to put Nightbot into killer mode.
Bro, you want to see if there's a way we could retrofit that?
I
on
could,
the
but it's
sucker?
not going
I
to
don't
fix
mind
the
idea.
problem that we've still got an even block
Hang
with.
on, I'm over at the iron base, so I'll take a look when I get back.
Oh, and of course it's a small grid, so there's no difference between the advanced and the normal.
61K ironing, it's over here at this point. It
I
still
think
looks
the
like
mag
it's
plate will be
managed to
alright
refine a little
if
bit down.
I...
Actually, no, we're down to 46 now.
Yeah, damn it. I need fuel.
It'll be a little below that, because I'll just fill up my inventory on the way back. 44.
Hey, Valor. Yeah, that's weird. You go away from Space Engineers for like 2.5 weeks and you come back and it feels strange. And it reminds you how badly Space Engineers runs.
Yeah, I was having some of the good old fun with it last night.
It's not that it, like, it's not terrible, particularly. In, like, the FPS numbers seem fine. But somehow it always manages to feel like it's just not running smoothly.
Yeah, the occasional little hiccup as it kind of catches up as things load in.
Oh, I mean, even just, like, looking around at decent FPS, I can see the gaps in the frames. But it's 45 FPS, I shouldn't be able to.
I mean, it's kind of like last night I was managing to trigger Phantom Forces, even though, oh, well, we fixed all the collisions and everything. If you fixed all the collisions, how am I still having Phantom Forces? Because there shouldn't actually be anything to collide to cause that force anymore. So it's like better, but not quite all better.
Everyone likes a bit of Phantom Forces, don't they?
Well, it's okay, but then, you know, other little things like, well, this piston in this block, everything should be centered small grid right in the middle of this large grid opening, and it's slightly off, but everything should be centered according to every single setting I'm seeing. Why is it not centered? It's gotten better, but there's still the occasional times when it just kind of throws you a little curveball to remind you, yeah, this is Space Engineers, don't get comfortable.
Don't get cocky, kid.
Or like Spacebar's poor, ill-fated rover.
We're going to need to do half block height, aren't we? To get this to fit properly.
What are you doing more over?
The one that the ground ate over in the gold area.
Yeah. I love that rover.
It's not about making it fit, it's about the fact that the rotor doesn't fill up a whole block, right? So when you've got it, where are I? it's not actually the height of a whole block. If you place it next to that one, you can see. So in order to actually be able to lock into it without pulling myself into the floor, I actually need it to sit up a bit and then surround it, I think, with half-height blocks in order to get something as close to level as I can. I think. Ah yes, now I remember. When I put it here, we had barely any power left.
Ship fuel low, as I have 5 hours of ship fuel remaining. One of these things doesn't line up.
No, we're basically, there's a bunch of stuff going on behind the scenes to build up towards some cool stuff for the episodes. It's taking a while to get prepped, and we still need some bits done in here, like the finish off the fort and whatnot. Otherwise, being honest, it may end up just staying as a bit of a...
Since we're breaking the fourth wall, how's everyone doing in chat tonight?
Like this.
We are building bases and vehicles and things that, frankly, 4 hours of us just building random stuff really wasn't going to be that entertaining.
There you go, Tex. That's what the battery pack looks like.
Okay, 1 second.
Pasted in a copy of it right next to you so you can see what it basically is. It's just not that fancy.
In this one, pretty unlikely, I think. That's more likely to show up in my private Agarus.
Ooh, yeah, that's huge.
Safe.
Yeah.
I've got just a standard Agarus survival that I'm doing on
system
Twitch.
that plugs it into the rover from
And
underneath.
way more likely to show up there.
Yeah.
So what do you think of bike?
True, Lost Soul, but I'm trying to hide the fact that this is even width. And if I put the head on the front, it's going to be very obviously not
lines
centered.
That remind me of the mule from Firefly almost.
Yep.
Let's get that bit done first. The wall's done first. Spacebar's just getting his welder-majiggy up and running.
Yeah, there's just
In
one
fact, he might have
done. The rather central structure of the bike that we actually haven't seen yet in the series for technology.
Yeah, I never remember such things. But
Another constant battle we face is having all of these wonderful mods that we could be playing with, but we haven't seen it yet.
All these blocks available, and sometimes I don't remember.
You don't
which
have them
ones-
available. That's the point.
those-
God damn it.
Sometimes I don't remember which ones we've actually used before. You know, like with batteries, because hey, you know, they're cool looking and they glow. And
They're cool looking and they glow and they have an unrealistically
And
nice
they're a
amount
little
of power.
overpowered.
right, next one I build won't have blocks that we don't have, or turrets that we don't have, which I didn't know either. As apparently some eagle-eyed people in the audience may have picked up. Yeah, no, that's huge. Feral. We're not going to build a hover bike with batteries that size.
Well, you can't. I mean, it's doable. It's just that you've got to. It adds some
There's all this stuff
complications.
in the middle.
Hmm?
extra blocks in the middle for?
Just because
Wow, that's
the obsessive compulsive
Symmetry.
person in my
Actually
head
rather-
wanted symmetry on it. Because
Pleasant.
then that way you don't have to worry about how you're coming into the bay to pick up the battery. You can pick it up
I
from.
couldn't have got that
you know,
that well
the idea
lined
is
up
you're
if I tried.
driving in over top of this thing, dropping your suspension down, picking up the battery, and then picking it back up, driving off.
Be honest. I mean, if you're looking for feedback on it, I feel like if you had the merge block on one end, you'd be able to back in and slot it into like the rear of the vehicle a lot easier than trying to squat down on top of it.
Yeah, but then the problem is, where's the most common point that you put a connector on a vehicle
But yeah,
for cargo? You put it on the front or the back or the side.
Yeah.
So
And I could have sat here for
and
half an hour
you know,
trying to get
you
that
could
flush and
make a
never
system
have
that could
pulled it
drop
off.
in and on top, but now you've basically got to build a
Completely
crane
by
for it,
coincidence.
and
crane's
you're
fun.
you're limiting
Find
the
out.
you're limiting the height of the vehicle that you can work with, and then also
It's
the
very quiet. Oh.
it makes it very top heavy too.
My volume quiet, guys?
And you sound fine on my end.
Particularly.
Have I really? Oh wow! I've already gone through like 5,000 plates.
No.
Yeah, I've unloaded everything I had for irons, and we got 20k in a connector out here, so that'll last what, 10 minutes?
Probably.
Yeah,
I don't
probably.
think you're quiet, but perhaps quieter.
Oh, I guess I'm making another iron run. That all dumped really easily into one assembler.
If there's an echo when
Right,
everyone
I'll
talks,
make a,
that's because you've
another
got
iron
2
run.
copies of the window
So I'll
open. You're probably running it
bring
in
back
Discord as well,
soon
or
as you
something
guys
like
are
that.
low.
There's no echo on my end.
Relax, it's fine. I saw you there.
Wee. Wee. All right there. Calm it, calm it.
Oh, I should put a satisfactory cart on this because I nerfed the steel plate cost so I could actually use it. It used to cost 500 steel plates. Now it costs like 50.
Well, I mean, you want pure fixed quality, right?
Yeah. It's a good counterweight.
I'm curious how much iron I can actually carry on this sucker just in the connector.
Not a lot.
I'm actually a little surprised. So far I've managed to put almost over 8,000 and I haven't filled it yet. Pretty close. Probably 9,000.
Yeah, I'm with you, Benjamin.
9-
Because it's
9K
definitely
ironing
Agarus specifically that has the issues with the voxels. Like, it's not sure exactly where the level is at times. Like, the surface of the voxel isn't properly defined. Well, that's the same reason, it is on this particular world. Although the voxels are incredibly flat, they seem to, for whatever reason, not be entirely sure where they are. You see how that's actually hovering above the voxels to some extent in this case.
I mean, I thought we put it on a dive when you crashed into the big room.
It's very odd, but hey. I will. Wow. God, Spacebar, you can do it.
Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm sinking into the voxels.
No, there's actually a hole there.
Oh, well I can't see it. Yeah, great. Lovely. Thanks, Space Engineers.
It's not a big hole, but it's apparently big enough.
If you back up, I'll throw a block on top. Oh, say that.
No, I don't know, actually.
How did you get it stuck there?
I don't
It is
know.
very heavy.
All right,
Oh.
just take the plane, shove it under it, and try to jump with it
He's
again.
cleared it.
Sadly, this hole is not deep enough to actually put block flush. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Maybe?
Be careful.
I've got the clearance down.
Who was the first guy that came up with the idea of throwing a whole bunch of blocks on the ground to make where you can build a small grid without starting off with a landing gear?
You're talking about the sort of blocks on the ground sprue thing. That's how it was
Yeah.
done before landing gear were a thing. That's where it began. The landing gear was a change.
Oh man, I blocked it. The old days.
Wow. I am really heavy. Heavy enough that I am leaving boot imprints in steel.
Yes.
Must be those new titanium work boots I've heard so much about. Or solid neutronium work boots, perhaps?
Well, that's an interesting effect. If you build the level of the block close enough to the voxels, the decals that would apply to the voxel go onto the block instead. So tire tracks and boot prints and all of that stuff end up on the steel.
That was such a silly update.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, but
The thing that's making me laugh the most at the moment is the difference in development between the first 7 or 8 years of Space Engineers, where it was supposedly in development, and all the stuff that's happened afterwards. Because it very much seems to me, I don't know if you guys or chat have felt the same thing, that they released Space Engineers and then all of a sudden decided to actually start adding some of the features to it that we wanted. But only after they released it.
Would you like the cynical answer on that one? Or?
Well, I don't think I need a cynical answer, because that is no question what's happening. And not only no question what's happening, but I think it's fairly obvious how it's happening as well. I got an email earlier this week that I think is pretty much clarifies any remaining questions about that side of things. Where are you?
Okay, this could either mean one of two things. They're going to continue to milk the game for all the DLC that it's worth, taking the EA approach to The Sims.
Time has come. Space Engineers Last Chance sale is here. I don't know why it's called Last Chance.
oh, right, yeah, that.
No. I assume you've seen what it said about the future of Space Engineers in there.
Oh no.
We have exciting news to share with you. Coming later this year, we will explore a future full of automated and animated allies and enemies.
Oh yeah, the AI update. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll believe that when I see it.
I'm sorry, so 2 years after you officially release the game, as a DLC, you introduce what it should have had
AI?
all along. The hell's wrong with you?
Get out of here.
Not only that,
and
if you look at
not
the amount of
only-
money they've made, like, off DLCs versus the amount of money they made off selling the game originally, it raises some real questions about, like, okay, so you're managing to develop these rather dramatic and sweeping changes to Space Engineers on a shoestring budget. So what happened to all that budget you got that wasn't shoestring for actually selling the base game? Oh, well, I know where it went. It was good AI, wasn't it? Because Marek just took that cash and put it somewhere else.
As opposed to in the game that was actually making the cash.
Yeah, Good AI's had something like 18 million's worth of funding at this point. Which, if you go and have a look, Space Engineers, 500,000 copies, you do the maths, you'll find out that that's like a decent portion of the amount of money Space Engineers made in total.
You know, not only that, but, you know, AI for the game, I would kind of qualify that under most wanted for updates to the game. Not necessarily what was clearly the cutting room floor scraps out of all the previous DLCs they just didn't have done in time.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they're also increasing the price of the DLC by a whole $1. Wow. It's only $1, guys. We should be happy about that.
Well, actually, that's still keeping in price with the line of the price of a cup of a coffee these days, but
It's always irked me. People don't understand. I don't have an issue with the price of the DLC. It's the concept and the principle of the matter. But I've exhausted myself explaining myself, so I've given up.
Energy low.
How can I not reach the... For some reason, I can't reach the very, very bottom layer anymore.
I'm just still wondering what the hell they were doing all the time that they were actually developing the game, given the amount of work that they can get done when they're not.
Mm-hmm.
All sorts of new and exciting features that are developed when the game is no longer being developed. Whereas when it is being developed, you go huge years. What's this update? Well, we fixed some things.
well, it took them that
Except
long just to
we
get a
didn't.
decent computer to actually run the game on.
Yeah, I forgot. Joel started working out of the office, didn't he? So they no longer had his.
I feel bad for him.
He took his PC home with him, and Keen no longer had a test machine.
Well, I wasted. I just trolled myself for my own round block. I thought I wasn't building the very bottom block. It was because it was a round block that was curved back.
Energy.
And that's not even a lie. For a long while, all of the video editing, all of the recording, everything was done on Zockley's machine, Joel's machine, that he'd taken to work because his machine was legitimately the most powerful machine that Keen Software had. That was his machine that was running a 980 Ti in the era of the 20 series. Was the most powerful machine they had to test on.
I have no idea how they tested this game on the equipment they had.
Well, I guess that's one way to make sure that you don't.
They didn't, we did.
Yeah, well.
That was the whole reason I had a 980 Ti.
Machine. Yep.
Alright, before I get accused of doing anything cheaty, get rid of that battery pack.
No energy.
There.
The world is getting darker. I weld up next to a wall that's being filled in.
Darker, you say? I can fix that. Then I don't have to worry about compression screwing up stuff.
Ooh, I like that state. I like that look.
Oh, they don't have to waste money developing medieval engineers. They got the community do it for them now. I saw a comment about medieval engineers. A bunch of the modders are finishing it for them now. The community edition.
And then I'm sure they'll come back and see just how well that's gone over, and then say, "Oh, we're going to start doing DLC for this again."
I think they kind of implied that if it starts making money, they'll start taking credit for the work or something like that. I don't know. I've kind of stopped paying attention to them lately.
It's got to be fun being one of those community guys as well, given that that particular announcement was very specific about the fact that there's no intent to add any new features or anything like that to the game. The community updates are purely fixing bugs. So welcome, you community contributors, to bug fixing for Keen.
Unpaid bug fixing for Keen.
Unpaid bug fixing for Keen Software House. I still enjoy Space Engineers. Have enjoyed a lot of Space Engineers. I am getting to the point now, though, where I'm starting to think, where's the successor? Where's its replacement? And I'm not talking about Space Engineers 2, I'm talking about someone else. It's been a while since the Empyreans, the Ivorians, there was a whole range of them for a while that were all coming out.
Well,
And then it just stopped.
The biggest problem is it's like the Emporiums and or Imperiums and whatever, and the Ivorians or whatever. They just don't scratch the itch the same way. Like there's
there's no engineering to them in the same way.
And I think that's the sad part, is there really is not a good competition because nothing else really scratches the itch like a Space Engineers does.
And the irony is, the itch, what causes the itch is insanely simple. And it's not pistons, it's not rotors, it's not any of those things. The thing that differentiates Space Engineers from all of those ones is our simple, honest conveyor tube. Because your Ivorians, your Empyreans, your dual universes, your whatever it might be, all of them go, okay, you want to build a ship. Well, here's a thruster block, put it where you want. Here's a cockpit block, put it where you want. Here's a manufacturing block, put it where you want. There you go, done. Rest of it's visual. It's only in Space Engineers that your design has to work. You're doing a constant puzzle-solving game in your head where you place things matters in relation to each other because they all have to be hooked together.
Like Sky Wonders kind of does that because you have to actually worry about power and stuff, but it doesn't have a survival mode yet.
And then you've got things like Stationeers and so on, which is like, yeah, okay, they've handled all that system side of things great, but that is all the game is.
Yeah.
Well, and you can't really say, but yeah, where's the gameplay? Because honestly, how long of the history of Space Engineers was the gameplay whatever you made of it?
I don't think anyone said anything about where's the gameplay text.
Well, I have heard people say that. Not right now, but in general.
All right, so I've got a person in my chat who is asking, have we considered trading knowledge of hover engines in exchange for knowledge of advanced weapons, considering that we are constantly poor on Vanguard?
We're not poor. I'm emotionally rich.
We just have our stuff invested in other areas.
Basically, all of our
Technically,
wealth is it's invested in hard assets, and then we inevitably manage to destroy said hard assets, or we leave them behind on planets, or get them blown up.
Rich in experience. Yeah,
What?
spacebar. Can I help you?
Beep beep. I need to get a connector. Thank you.
I'm gonna grab some more iron. Take this thing on its maiden run.
Okay, either.
There's text. There's not much left down there. There's like 9K
Not much left. Where in the iron mine?
in the iron mine. Yes.
Okay,
You're
well,
getting- there's a little.
I'm gonna go drill some more iron then. Apparently.
Yeah. Well, there's a little bit still coming in from the drill rig that's running there. So it's got a little bit of a trickle coming in. So it would probably be up to like 11 or 13 by the time we get there, I imagine.
Okay.
Hello.
Basically,
What
I
up?
pretty much drained it in 2 runs.
I see what's up. Do you want me to turn the connector force off? Are you good?
No, I'm good. I'm just
You
refilling.
just heavy.
Yeah, pretty much.
He ain't heavy, he's my welder.
Hmm. Hmm. We doing okay for nickel, or do I need to make a nickel run?
Not particularly.
Not particularly. Don't need to make one, or
Not particularly well.
We don't have. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I can make the run for that. That's gonna need to be mined out.
Okay, I like how this bike worked out. Looks a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, while we don't use anything like Bob, etc., in order to speed things up or make things easier, I have no qualms about making sure that the assembler speed is cranked relatively high in the settings. Same with the refinery speed. It's basically just, do you want to arbitrarily wait for ages or not? Yes or no? Alrighty. Yeah, it's just like pointless waiting in my mind. It's like,
I mean,
okay.
eventually there's going to be some game that's going to replace. It's going to catch the same mojo that Space Engineer had for us for all these years. I just don't know what it is yet.
I was hopeful for Starbase until the devs start listening to the wrong group within their fan base.
I didn't even follow the production enough. So what do they do that?
Basically a bunch of hardcore PvP players kind of got in and basically forced them to not have creative mode or private servers.
Ew.
Yeah.
Okay, that's off the list.
Yeah.
Space Engineers 2, yeah, right.
Dual
even
Universe went
announced yet.
so well that the guy...
Space Engineers 2 are in the search for more money.
Dual Universe went so well that the guy who... I think he came from like Big Pharma or like banking or something, was like very well funded and kicked the whole company off. Bailed out and sold it all to someone else about a year ago. Like long before it's all developed, he's just like, okay, I'm out of this is going nowhere.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Empyrean has some interesting things too, but like you said, it doesn't have that inventory management and routing, the conveyor block that makes you do. It restricts your design and makes you do function.
The only thing that Empyrean has, and a couple of the other ones have a similar system, Planet Nomads did this probably the best, that I think would be a nice one to have for Space Engineers, is there was a specific block you could build that had a radius around it in which it would teleport items you needed to your inventory.
Oh, nice.
It's kind of like Bob, kind of.
Sort of, except all it would do was just give you the items you needed.
Mm-hmm.
You're still doing all the work, because I do feel like, even with Build Planner, about if you're building in survival, I'd say about 30-35% of your time is spent faffing around in the inventory.
Yeah. Especially with like 1x inventory. It's just such a...
Yeah, 1x
It's
inventory, maybe
tedious.
50% of your time is spent faffing around in the inventory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know that I should continue on this wall. It's It's rather steep up
I'm
here.
noticing that the angle of the crane pointing over the top of the wall is no longer anything like upright.
No, and I'm quite far away from the wall.
There's a bit of a tilt going on. Yeah, automatically use nearby container inventory sort of thing. Which I think is cool for if you're building, but rubbish as part of a ship design. Like a ship should probably be properly piped up, but obviously you can't properly pipe up an engineer, so you've got to do something different.
How am I pegged at 100% power usage right now? And this grid has not been flying like that at all. What did I do to you? Show me where I've abused you, grid.
No.
Almost like he's designed all of his cockpits to have a specific little window from every angle that just perfectly frames that stupid smiley face helmet.
I actually edited this cockpit recently to give it better visibility. Now you can see my stupid face more.
The circular window at the top is pretty perfect for framing the stupid smiley face.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
Harold, did you actually manage to show off the iron mine? I don't think it's been on anybody's POV yet.
Yeah, I've been doing iron runs
We've all
for
been there.
a while.
No.
No, I meant from the inside.
Yeah,
Yep,
we've all
I've
been there.
a couple
Down there.
times.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that anybody had actually walked down here.
Oh yeah, we've
There
been
was a
down
whole
there
bit where we
multiple
came,
times.
when you were been away for a few weeks, where we came and picked you up from there and you gave us a tour of it. Where you'd locked yourself inside, if you remember.
Yeah, but the borehole wasn't nearly as impressive at that point.
So, are you asking if we've seen your hole?
Yep.
No, I was about ready to make another reference to a different YouTube series.
I can't get this very bit. It's too steep. No.
No, don't worry, I can do it by hand. Last little bit.
No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Abandon. Abort, abort.
Alright, I got all but that last little. Oh! Stop, 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 stop.
Goodbye.
Well, I got most of it. Some of this front I couldn't get to because it was kind of recessed.
I might be able to get from the inside.
Yeah.
Go to that later, right? I'm not sure I agree with the X mod should be vanilla thing. Let mods be mods. And then you have a choice. It's the same way, honestly, I'm not particularly excited or interested in what they have planned for upcoming NPCs, because you know full well that what they have planned for upcoming NPCs is essentially a worse implementation of Lucas's MES and a worse implementation of AI enabled. It's going to be those two mods copied and then done not quite as well.
Well, which is frankly every mod that they've copied.
Well, that's how I know that that's what it's going to be, is because every other DLC has been some mods copied, just not quite as well as the original.
Oh, you can't say that. They're doing a great job. You can't say that.
I think we can.
They
say
even
that.
admitted it with some of the stuff.
I know.
They hired Jack.
I get so tired of people just blindly defending them, though.
Like, they actually stopped pretending
Yeah.
that they weren't doing that. Just went, you know what? That's what we're doing.
doing it.
We're
Yep,
doing
we're
it, and
that.
sometimes we'll even hire the people.
Right, is auto rotate permanently on at this point? Because I can't seem to ever get it to disable.
And there's Lucas. Hey, Lucas.
I thought you had a fire extinguisher on the wall. It's a button.
I mean, fire extinguisher might be more appropriate.
I had to remove your connector because I couldn't get to that wall.
They already put good AI into the game. And then removed it again because it went that well. And when I say good AI, I mean you can actually go and see the files that it uses, and it's just like, it's a text file of if someone asks, it's not even done particularly well, it's literally if someone asks this specific question, and so every question's in there phrased about 15 different ways, because instead of using slightly more intelligent like passing for it, they've just gone, okay, so
Yeah, but remember,
how
it's not
to
in
use
there
an
anymore
assembler,
now.
what is assembler, how assembler, it's just all in there, all on different lines.
Didn't they recently disable that because
Yep.
it wasn't working very well?
Yep, they did. Yanked it right out.
I'm
if
shocked,
anything-
I'm totally shocked.
Also, probably because nobody was using it, because frankly, if you want to learn how to play the game, you're more likely going to watch a YouTube video than ask a bot a question.
Well, not only that, but who in a game thinks, ooh, I'm a bit confused about what to do, I know what I'll do, I'll start asking questions in chat in a single player game.
This seems perfectly logical to me.
Oh, I miss having the good drills like the bird drill that didn't have a ridiculous footprint.
Hmm?
I'm just
Are you talking about drills that we've never used?
not in this series, no. But I've
I
used
don't think
them.
in any of our series. I tend not
No,
to do drill mods.
Yeah, not after all the
Mining
disaster that
laser was the only
drill
one I
turned
can
out to
think
be.
of, yeah.
Not since the incident.
Let's fire the laser and crash the game every single time.
Mhm. Here it is. How do advanced rotors work? How do advanced rotors function? What is the purpose of advanced rotors? When should I use advanced rotors? What is the advantage of using advanced rotors? Why advanced rotor? I particularly like that one. Do I need to use advanced rotor? Are advanced rotor good? When will I need advanced rotor? Will advanced rotor make my buildings better? Don't ask any other questions. Those are the only strings that match advanced rotors.
Yeah, and don't even think about asking what its favorite color is.
Oh, the advanced
Or
rotor
what its
part's
quest
particularly
is.
good because every other line is just substitute. So if you wrote substitute in, it would tell you about advanced rotor parts.
I'm so glad the game decides to not show me where holes are and I keep falling in them.
Why make
Oh, it-
artificial mass spaceballs?
People actually make those?
Reminds me of that Yahoo Answers video of someone reading off "Am I pregnant?" questions on Yahoo Answers.
Or this one
Am I
here, that's
pregnant?
just spaceball? Question mark.
That's exactly what it sounds like. How do I know if I'm pregnant?
How is the search for iron going?
It's going well. I can carry 9K back in the bike, and I have now managed to put another set of drills. So
A little bit, Atenko, yeah.
when we come back later, we'll hopefully have more iron.
Oh, I think
The ever adding pile of drills.
Am I charged? Oh god. Eh?
Hmm?
That's alright, it settled down. I got near it and it was like, oh, sorry, not supposed to be there.
Fuel low.
That is what we're missing, is Vanguard lunchboxes. Yep. It's the obvious merch.
Oh god! Every time somebody talks about merch like that, I think of that scene from Spaceballs.
That's where it's come from.
Hey there, Schwartz, be with you.
See, this is how an example of just team miss all of the opportunities. They don't have a proper sense of humour. Like the plushie could have been a Spaceballs plushie, and then it would have been nice in joke. Selling merch, and that merch is a Spaceball. Well, I'm waiting for the truck to charge and for iron to arrive. I guess I'll take this apart.
Inventory full.
Why did I make this nickel miner a large drill miner? Taking forever.
Fuel critical. Fuel critical.
Happy now? What, you really think it doesn't have that underglow? Come on.
What the heck?
Inventory full.
Q stop. Why is the Q stopped on this? Cargo container's not full, and I've got a refinery that's got Q stopped. What the heck? The basic refinery is not full. There's room for output. There's a small cargo connector connected to it, or a small cargo container connected to it,
Power?
and it's just not doing anything with the contents of the refinery.
Power?
No, plenty of power according to this. There should be, unless current output of the turbine 1.06, required endpoint 1.0. So yeah, it's got power.
That required input doesn't sound right. That sounds like the required input for the thing to be on, but not actually processing.
That would make sense then. Oh well, we'll pick up when the wind picks up. Grab what I've got, since I got a full boat anyways, and just bring over some unrefined nickel with me.
Talking about the wings from the aerodynamics mod, Drago's, not Drago's, Digi's one. Those are literally thrusters and cannot be used for downforce. They can only be used for lift because of how they function. They are literally a thruster that provides upwards lift depending on how fast the grid they're attaching to is moving. They are next level cheaty.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Only way to do downforce is building a proper wing using Drago's approach. I haven't dropped something. It's been wanting to be down in this hole for like the last 3-4 episodes. It's finally made its way down here. We're out of character tonight, I'll go, because tonight was just going to be some building as we work on the base here. And honestly, there is only so many 4-hour-long purely building streams that you can do in character before you've had enough.
The banter just loses its freshness.
There's only so many obscure sci-fi references we can make.
Yeah, I've kind of exhausted my list of them at this point.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
And even then, the ones that you can make are like, okay, well that's plus about 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Funny joke, everyone has a laugh, and back to silence. You up to,
And
Smith?
scene.
What are you up to?
I don't know.
I couldn't have possibly answer that, Thee.
Fuel critical.
What do you mean? This is where you stop making references to obscure sci-fi and make references to a sci-fi you make up as you go along. What, you mean all the previous
Vanguard?
series of Vanguard?
Yeah, no, pretty much.
Those guys have been on quite some missions.
Yeah, but even that runs out of road eventually. I mean, how long can you go on about my luck with having fighters shot out from under me constantly?
I mean, as long as you keep losing fighters, I guess. The answer for that.
Yeah, but now I haven't had any actually shot out from me in ages.
Well, get on it. Good lord. They need to be entertained.
I mean, I'm
Get out of
trying.
here,
I'm driving a
stalker.
car that can smash into anything at a moment's notice. It spends all of its time whining about ship fuel critical.
Get out of here, stalker.
All right. Iron coming in, and I'll head on back.
Oh, thank you guys. Cheers, Argo. Cheers, Rumbles.
That's about 11, 12K of nickel I've
That's
just
probably
dropped
all
off.
I need.
Yep.
And the wall's finished, so I think we're whatever text brings back should be good for a good while.
Yeah, I've got 9K, and I've already got another 28K that's refined just from what I've been working on drilling. So if somebody wants to make another run, if we're running completely out. Ready.
Vanguard in water? Not a chance, Otenko. Not a
I'll
chance.
bring back what I can on the bike.
Well, there's all of 7 on base right now.
Okay.
The whole whopping 7.
7 ingots?
Yes.
All right. I'm on my way then.
Yes, the old seeking out of new life and new civilization seems to have taken somewhat of a aside
Okay.
in recent years.
Auto. On. Unlock. I'm gonna grab some more iron and put it in my inventory.
To seek out new viewers and paid subscriptions. To boldly go where no one has gone or wanted us to go before.
Still got about a 3-hour endurance on this bike, so not ridiculous.
I've had the
Wait a
trees do like no damage at all.
So you're saying you've optimized the bike for a 3-hour tour?
3-hour tour. One's the skipper. Which one's Gilligan? We already know Spacebar is Marianne. So.
I suspect I qualify as Gilligan.
Like I figured I would. You guys would say I was end up being Gilligan.
No, you're kind of honestly you're more the professor because you keep trying to make things out of coconuts, aka round blocks.
You know, that's fair.
So does that mean that Wasted is the skipper, or is he Mr. Howe?
I think he's 100% the skipper.
Hello, lag spike.
I hate how craggly SE voxels are.
Craggly?
I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like so.
Nah, me neither, Modo. It's all gone very American.
I don't know. How would you describe it?
I don't know.
Fractal.
Yeah, fractalish. The one that gets me is when you have like that one weird square voxel left
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
that you have to like basically hover around with your drill and try and find magic spot.
I just right click with big drill.
Mm-hmm.
I had a feeling it was Gilligan's Island, but no, it didn't. Not really, D.
One thing I do like about the iron mine with the stone, I get just enough of the other trace minerals
Hey, Wing Zero, thank you, dude.
that I'm able to actually. It's basically it builds itself as you drill material. It builds materials to make more drills.
My chat has pointed out, is anyone else amused that Farrell is using his tiny convertible to haul ingots while the semi-truck sits unused?
Is charging.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here.
First thing I did
stalker.
today was build it a charging system so it can be moved around. That's why it's got the cargo things on the back of it, but needs to be charged up. I'm also not particularly keen on driving it when it's this dark. Because it, as previously mentioned, doesn't go around corners particularly well.
It doesn't.
Or
actually-
at all, really.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you kind of, sort of
It
do.
just sort of creates its
wide
own road
bends.
that direction. Yeah, honestly, if Vanguard is similar to any sci-fi series, the closest is Red Dwarf. Without a shadow of a doubt. Partly because Red Dwarf's one of the... There aren't that many comedy sci-fis. But also because I think... Massive ship, tiny crew, mostly incompetent.
Mostly. I take offense to that.
I'm sorry, completely.
There we go. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. So which one of us is a cat? Because I mean, you got to have that discussion if you're going to bring up Red Dwarf.
I mean, there's the right number of people. We got the correct number of crew.
And I mean, we don't have to worry about where Christine Kachansky is. I mean, I'm just more worried at that point. Who's got the groinal attachment?
Unfortunately, I think it might be you.
Yeah, I guess I am kind of the unnecessary attachment stuff going on here, yeah. All right, I'll take that.
There's my proximity. There.
Guest starring Macor as Christine Kachansky. The horror.
Yeah, there's the iron.
Ooh, actually, no. There's been something pointed out in my chat. Actually, Tex would be more of a cat because he's constantly taking naps.
Oh, wow.
No, I don't know. Actually, I think that does fight because Tex does like to preen a bit as well.
Mm-hmm. All the greebles and everything. That's definitely a style choice.
Hey, wow.
have you been known to enter a room, do a spin, and go, yow?
I mean,
You're the one of us that I could most see doing that.
fair enough. I'll take it because it's not Rimmer.
Yeah.
Low.
Okay. Yep. That's a good point.
That's the great.
Yeah. I'll definitely I'll stick with Crichton. Absolutely. Then. As long as I'm not.
To be
Rimmer.
honest, we all knew where this was going. Look, the reality is, only one of us can go onto their hard drive right this second and find a GIF of them doing the full Rimmer.
Yeah. I can't
I don't
match
even
that.
know what that means. I have to admit, I don't actually know that show nearly well enough for
You
that.
don't know the full Rimmer. Disgusting.
No.
I'll have to teach you it at some point.
Yeah, fair enough.
Someone needs to mod that in as an emote into the game. So would it actually? Is the animation capable of lasting that long? I mean, that'd be.
I think you can loop it.
I mean, it would be a long one. Not long. Although, if I remember rightly, Rimmer himself is quite well practiced at the full Rimmer, unsurprisingly.
Fair enough.
And of course, I can't find it. Oh well. In lieu, there you go, you can enjoy that for a bit instead.
Ah, the cursed image.
Oh wow. Has Doc ever talked to you about that one? Because I feel like that one ought to come up in conversation at some point.
I'm pretty sure he's seen it. Sorry, chat. Not really.
Okay, so the hover trailer, you think it needs hovers on it?
Hover trailer.
Yeah,
What hover
That doesn't
trailer?
hover.
hover bike trailer. For when I have to actually carry stuff.
What hover bike trailer?
This one over here.
Why is there a hover bike trailer?
Because he
My
can.
hover bike doesn't have enough capacity.
Did we not
That's
just
because it's a
review?
hover bike.
Did we not just review things that Tex does that are greebly and otherwise fancy?
One would assume that if you wanted to move stuff, you'd use, I don't know, a truck.
Wow, I mean, if a
Well,
truck ever had a charge, yeah.
Right now we're using
The
a
reason
fancy
it doesn't have a
sports car.
charge is because it's been carrying everybody else's vehicle around for the last 4 weeks.
Wow, I knew eventually we'd have something about carrying us on his back. Most of us.
I'm trying to remember why I was carrying people. Oh yeah, it's because they were out of power.
Or they
Sounds
bought a
to
new
me like we
vehicle.
found our Rimmer.
I wasn't arguing with that. That wasn't a debate.
It doesn't have to be just hover bike. Pretty much anytime anybody needs a little extra storage, and they've got a connector on the back or somewhere, they can just nose up to this sucker and
Hold 1,700 plates.
And then managed to press P and all chaos breaks loose.
Because he's Tom Paris. Oof. That means he would also be playing the role of Bashir in a certain other series then. Can we sleep?
yeah.
I want it to be daytime. Oh yeah.
Or we could just
yawn. Wow, that was a good
power.
sleep.
Oh, wow.
Wow, good
Oh
job,
man,
guys.
feels
Nice.
like 10 hours. Yep.
Yeah, it spent like 8 hours welding up that one steel plate. That took a while.
Alright, how fast are we gonna burn through this iron? Do I need to go make another run? Or is it already all gone?
Fuel critical.
Pretty much already all gone.
You know, that's not a surprise.
do we? I guess we do need some more plate. I don't have a ton.
Odd.
Hey, quit stealing my shit. Quit stealing my charge off my battery.
A lot, Alex. It was made to carry like modules on the back, but at the moment it's got some random cargo on it. But it's running 10 large hover engines. And while hidden, there may be 2 large atmospheric thrusters in the front there, as well as some clang. This is where I keep the monster that needs feeding, apparently. Feed me, Seymour. Just stuff your clang in there, and everything's happy. Ooh. Sure, it's fine.
Alright, I'm off.
You and me have differing definitions of trailer.
I'm doing what I can with what Space Engineers gives me.
Fuel low.
I could have gone full splitsy with it and just like made this overly complicated trailer hitch thing. But then I would have been basically designing a whole separate vehicle.
Wasted space as quark. I'll take it.
You would have been designing a tail for your hovercraft, is what you would have been doing.
Hell.
Yes, a tail. Because if you did a normal trailer hitch design for the hovercraft, considering it has nothing to stop it from going from side to side, it would be a tail.
You're probably not wrong.
In fact, as the
I
man
got past you when you were
who
in front
has
of
an
me,
image
Tex.
for
As
everything,
I stopped in the middle of the road. And thank you for not hitting me, by the way.
where is it?
I could have sworn you were like 300
There you go.
meters in front of me. Oops.
That doesn't change.
One
the
of
fact
the
that I stopped
earliest.
in the middle of the road.
Deepfakes provided for me. Not the best, but the technology has advanced a long way since then.
Yeah. Where are you going?
No, I'm going for the ride.
Oh, okay. This definitely needs an engine in the trailer, hover engine, because as you can see, it
How did
kind
you
of
guess,
focuses
Moldog?
down the road.
Dragging its butt behind it.
No, not
Had
yet.
his signature style.
So you're saying once it's fully loaded, it will be dragging its butt behind it.
Well, I mean, oh god, hi.
All right, I feel like I need to take out the plane to chase you here.
Would you
Just to
guys
see from
just
above.
leave me alone for a minute? Jeez. Oh god. This is fine. Or I need to slap some wings on this sucker so that it tries to fly level.
Looks like that. Sounds like them Tex boys better learn how to fly or flap their wings really hard.
Well, I know what we could do. We could strap base bar's thing on it backwards, and he could lift up from the rear. No, huh?
Ah, you see, Lancer, I sold mine.
I don't know.
Ah, that's what it was called. Nice one.
Actually, somehow I think what I've
Nearly
actually
finished
done
up.
is a
It's my
lowrider.
very special extra long.
Lowrider hover bike.
All right, potentially funny chaos about to come in. I'm going to take the plane out and see how it's handling now.
Good luck. All right. Now that we have the rimmer thingamajiggy.
The full rimmer.
Yeah, that's front heavy, so that needs to be definitely fixed.
It's from Red Dwarf, guys. Where's this clip from? That was the whole point. Or more directly, that was a that looked like Prime Ecto UK base morphing of Red Dwarf.
Yeah, you need to watch. Need to watch Red Dwarf. It's not comedy for everybody. But
Actually, Spacebar, I'm glad you're along because I'm gonna have you help me figure out how to design the next phase of the drills. I am drilled through the bottom of the iron layer. I'm gonna have to start drilling laterally.
A couple of years back, we were going to do a big trip to Gamescom, which is a big
Okay, so the answer is
gaming
still
convention in
fly,
Germany,
just
in Europe.
still
And
walk. Yeah, I gotta play around.
Shaq, Tabby, Capac, and Splitsy were all going to join me and drive over. Now, unfortunately, this was the year that COVID stuff kicked off, so it all got cancelled. But one of the things we were going to do on that trip was, while they were here, we were all going to go airsofting. Obviously, it makes no sense to do the flight just for the airsofting, but if we do end up in the same place like that, then we will almost certainly go. Long while ago, DE, yeah. To the extent I think he still has some old equipment for it. We're all pretty tall. And, with the exception of Capac, me, Shaq, and Splitsy all have very similar heights and builds. Splitsy's the tallest, but we're all over 6 foot. We're all quite skinny.
Everything's one gravity.
Not a great experience, do you? Okay. Have we got any more steel, or am I gonna... Ooh. Huh.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Interesting, so Spacebar's thing clanged out and he isn't even here.
So what do you think?
Yeah, you don't generally... Height is not something you tend to pick up
I think
off.
you're past the iron.
Pick up through a,
Yeah, I know.
a webcam, so you say,
So
but...
what I was thinking about
yeah.
was basically
Myself and Shaq are
replacing this whole array with like a center column.
basically the same height,
Connectors,
basically the same
and-
build, and
Basically starting to drill laterally.
look very similar to each other as well. As when I don't have
The
long
only
hair.
question is whether I want to drill laterally and rotate, or just drill, lateral corridors or something. Use that to expand the base.
I think it'd be. I mean, the obvious answer is to put it on pistons and rotate it and drill laterally.
Yep, do that.
Well, if it went on that much of a clang journey, it actually survived remarkably intact.
Slowly expanding out.
It's mostly alright. Anything I don't know is what was on the top
Problem
here.
is it takes basically somebody here actually babysitting
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah, where else that...
I guess I could drill lateral drill holes and then just retract.
That's partly,
and then
Benjamin,
rotate
because
the
a lot of the
whole
guys I
surface
airsoft
and
with are
then
quite
do
tall too.
it.
So we're all about the same size.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, either that or just a little tiny Pam roving miner bot.
I have never really messed with Pam. I'm sure it's quite useful and robust. I frankly never, other than what we did back in the day, the trade surplus.
Well, I maintain airsofting,
she
especially
was
if
after
you're
the,
a tall guy,
after trade
is
surplus.
incredibly good workout.
I think.
Because you'll find muscles you
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
even know
I
you
thought
had
we,
from all of the
used
weird
Pam
ways in
to
which you have to
draw
crouch and like lean round objects and trees and so on. You know, as a tall guy, you're just by the end of that, you're like, okay, so there are muscles in the side lower of my back that I didn't know existed, but now they hurt.
This might fly a little better. Let's take off speed.
Yeah, if we have a truck gets ready at some point, we've got somewhere 200,000 unprocessed iron ore. They easily could be taken over and thrown in the refinery over there.
Oh, that's nice. Alright, I've got Blue Force 1 dialed back in.
You know what?
I've got Blue Force 1 dialed back in.
Cool.
Without the ridiculous looking nose on it anymore. Like, this is the most flight stable I've ever seen it so far.
No, to be honest, not a million miles away, Jackal.
Not bouncing, she's not jumping. up and
Okay,
down,
we
she's
have
not
power
pushing up
problems.
like she's on a roller coaster. Actually come in and do a safe low-level flyover. And I'm not running the engines flat out.
Huh. Wind speed,
See,
80.
This is why I still like this game, because it's possible to
Clearance
do stuff
optimal.
like this.
Output 190. Speed 80. Clearance optimal. Output 232. Wind speed 80. Clearance optimal. Output 47.
Slightly
Same.
less than
300. What? 357 kilowatts from that one?
Catwalk on top
What?
of a piston movable block that decides to freak out and throw your grid flipping end over end constantly.
Altitude. They're all there. At the same height.
Alright, well, we've got enough iron for a while. Especially if we can come grab a whole bunch of this raw ore.
Yeah, I'm popping over as soon as we get the whatchamacallit convertible moving without flying into the sky. At least until I clear the walls. Then I'll intentionally fly into the sky.
Something's not right with those guys. There shouldn't be like a almost 10x difference between them when they're that close to each other. Yeah, it's a shame because those ones hanging down is adding 346 kilowatts. Meanwhile, 296 from the one on top. 162 from that one. 243 from that one. And 260 from that one. So 446 from the one on the bottom now. So in fact, the most powerful one is the one hanging down.
Let's see how well
See what I mean? This is making no making no sense.
Where are you going?
Let's see what this lark can do.
Fuel
260,
low.
45. What? 300.
Fuel
400.
critical.
You raised in a barn?
Health low.
Can't even close the door?
I wonder if we're starting to run into why we've consistently had power problems on this save.
Never mind that. Pretty. Wrong connector disconnect.
Flashback to a couple minutes ago, and I said something about pressing D.
244, 417, 129, 51, 220, 248, 105, 101, 293, 105, 193, 39, 129, 175, 222. These numbers don't even match what it's showing me through build vision. Oh, maybe they do. Why is that one 39?
Okay.
And that one's 129.
Yeah. About that. Ain't flying nowhere.
No, that one just changed from 98 to 343 and back again in front of my eyes.
What'd you? 3 kilometers out. I'll see what it is eventually. What did you do?
And now, build vision's not working.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
And yes, I should get an hydrogen bottle. You're right.
Doesn't really have the oomph to do it until I get this.
What was I saying about tail dragging?
You know. You wouldn't have an extra grab component, would you?
Nope, I am completely unloaded of all components on this particular grid.
Yeah, so
Alright, well, load a little iron.
Yep. Yeah, I've got enough to give you. I've got enough on me that you can make an atmospheric thruster. That's about it.
I just need to make one.
I could sacrifice my front one. I don't think I actually need it.
Yeah, I mean, we could try it.
Dimensionally correct.
Question is, can we get...
I have long legs and a relatively short torso in comparison, and that happens to fit the Miata quite well. There's quite a lot of room for the legs, and there's not much room for the torso. So my head's probably a centimetre from the roof.
I need just
but
3 grab components. That's it.
there's actually quite a lot of leg room in it because you're so laid down in your position.
Altitude.
No, the batteries are due to take 19 hours to charge up.
How did I just pick up 20 scrap by
That's
welding?
why I was looking at the powers, because last I looked at them, it was going to take 19 minutes. And now it's going to take 19 hours.
It's the nose.
It's pitching down on it.
Yeah.
No, it's not fine. It's rolling. You need to shut down the hovers on that.
Look at this fluctuate.
Alright, hey, there's some more scrap on the ground there. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll keep unloading.
That's not right. There's no way that's right. We're jumping from positive to massively negative to massively positive all over the place.
Was that the side thruster that blew out, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, side thruster, reactor. Or reactor damage, at least. No, if I can.
Wonder if I can roll her over.
I think you should be able to on gyro. Get it most of the way there.
No, there was one where it showed minus 243,000 watts. Randomly not changing the... There you go, minus 3,123,786 watts. Why is it showing such random things? It's not even consistent with how it's displaying the information.
No.
Now it stopped jumping around as well.
If you can get your nose.
Yeah,
up
total
over
required. So fully recharged in 3 hours now.
Actually, you might
Get
be
out
able
of
to
here, stalker.
Get it to roll
And it's not
over,
bouncing like it was.
to pitch your craft up onto the ramp.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
That
Very kind
might
of you.
help it roll. Or it could fall completely short because they couldn't build the ramp close enough. I mean, you're kind of there. I mean,
Yeah, it's
if
build
you
info,
can
Lucas.
get to scoot forward a little bit.
No, there's no.
I think it looks like it was something to do with the thrusters and hovers on the truck. Like fighting something?
No,
We still have a power
not a
problem.
hover
We're
issue.
still not producing anything like enough. Wind turbine
It's on its
40.
side, it's on its side, it's missing the thruster on that side right now, and we can't get it quite high enough to actually put the thruster in.
Alright, well that confirms that it has nothing to do with occlusion either, because that's also low. And they're opposite sides of the tower.
Alright, well you're...
Opposite sides of the tower, and this is the one closest to the wind, but it's also one putting out 84 kilowatts instead of however much that was. 717.
A little bit of juice along the
84,
ground and
717.
Oh, there you go.
84, 717.
Just getting loading.
Alright, well, since I'm full up, I'm going to start on that.
Maybe Drago's got it set up that if the wind's heading into the top of it,
Low.
it's not as good, which seems weird and unnecessarily
Fuel
complicated.
critical.
Or as
Oh yeah, I couldn't even make my bottle because we don't have any iron.
Fire, stop, drop, and roll joke here.
Uh-huh. You're not wrong. Oh, easy.
The problem with the solar tower is where we're located. The solar tower is fine, except we don't even get the sun for the whole day because we've got this big mountain behind us.
I wonder if I can still
So
get
we
up the side
lose
of the
like 2
mountains.
hours at the end of the day where the sun's behind the mountain. Yeah, I think you might be right, D10. I might dig down and just power it off hydrogen. Especially given that in my other Agarus series, I have banned myself from using the cheaty infinite hydrogen power thing. I feel no need to ban myself from doing it here.
I wish it said something because I still have the parts on me for one.
I thought it did.
3 reactor components.
I don't even think that adds up though. PDW, because look, that's 128, that's 762, and that's 448. They're right next to each other, 3 different angles to the wind.
Of the battery. Reactors were for jump starting the batteries, and you know, frankly, when I run out of battery power.
We would never run out of battery.
Voxels block solar, because otherwise you'd get solar all the entire time during the day, because it would go through the planet. Okay, I really would have expected to have found it by this point, I've got to be honest.
Okay, it's either going to go really wrong or all really right.
And all out of view
Um,
on the stream.
Hello? Okay, and it's not because I'm not doing the tunnel straight. I can hear water now.
Shift this thruster forward.
We're close.
That looks better. Yeah. I'm getting a what's the name of that land speeder that Luke had? Whatever that is. I'm getting that kind of vibe.
What was it? The 38s, T38s?
Yeah, because remember they were playing, it was like, ever since they came out with the T-34s or whatever, they're just not worth anything.
That's not entirely true, Tony.
Yep.
Because remember, I don't need to... All I need to do is transfer the power to the base. I don't need to transfer anything else.
This is all going to go really well or really bad.
So I dig down to the water table. At water table height, I build a hydrogen system to generate power, and then I just connect it using block frames.
Easy, easy.
Maybe I should have been streaming tonight.
Just need to transfer the power, not anything else.
Okay. Hold the line. It just doesn't really like that it's two separate grids. It hovers. Okay. Alright. Time to get loaded.
No, Argo, it's a table. It's a water table. It's just at a set height. I'm just surprised by how high up we were, apparently. It's universal, Lancer. You can actually see it if you go into spectator cam. Aha. It's actually not as far down as it looks. It just took a while to dig it. 150 meters. It's not that much.
Yeah, I was saying that all muted. I haven't pulled a bad mute like that in a while. I think part of the problem is the you've got the connector there, and it's kinked at an ever slight angle. It's not a straight-on connection that you got to your trailer there.
Yeah.
You're kind of getting two different thrust vectors on off the bottom.
Yeah, and it's probably a case of like I should probably.
Yeah, now I just turn off my
Go
antenna,
more
my broadcasting,
complicated
and stay down here and see how long it takes people to figure out where I am.
solution where it's like the rotors and hinges, and like make a real legit itch rather than connecting with your connector. Actually, you know what? It's
Yeah, that's
writing
it.
smoothly.
I just need to sneak myself down a
Thank you, Space
owned
Star.
by me
That
only
hover
survival
made
kit
all the difference.
and so on, and start building another base underneath our main
Apparently,
base where I just
don't
live.
need
I'll seal off
3
the top, and I
hovers.
just live in a cave
Other than
underneath the
like a
base.
side effect, but
Well, that's what I've got it going with.
That's the power savings then.
yeah, I don't have to have all 3 of them now. It was more stable with 3, but I've got 2 center line now.
Still porpoising a little bit when it goes over humps, but
Mm-hmm.
not nearly as low rider hydraulic as it was before. I just got to remember I've only got 1 thruster. You can make turns. Tokyo drift.
Austin, I have
I need another set of thrusters.
7 nephews and nieces, all between the ages of 5 and 11. So when did I last play Hide and Go Seek? Last week.
Okay, this is half the fun of Space Engineers for me, is doing derpy, ridiculous stuff like this that makes absolutely no sense, and then making it work. I think what's happened, I think when it starts porpoising like that is when I'm going fast enough that aerodynamics starts taking over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that if you've got enough thrust, you're breaking free of the ground anyways.
Am I any good? No, of course
Thing
not.
like
Kick the
that.
grid up.
I'm playing
The
with
whale
a
tail
group
that
of 5
down.
to 11-year-olds. I'm not supposed to be any good at it. I'm supposed to be
Oh,
bad.
lag shifts. doesn't help either.
That way it's fun. Especially as at least 2 of these kids aren't particularly a fan of the dark, but quite like the idea of doing hide and go seek in the dark.
God.
And so they do hide and go seek in the dark, but they take a torch with them. So that it's not too dark.
You really
Which,
did pick the wrong one.
obviously,
Far, 'cause
does spoil the
it probably
hide
looks
part
even better from your
of the hide and go seek.
I'm trying to not get too close just in case.
No, please don't.
Yeah.
All we need is a mid-air collision when I hit a lag spike.
So in reality, the difficulty is more trying to convincingly pretend that you don't know that they're behind the sofa you're next to, despite the fact that behind the sofa you're next to is glowing like a bloody lighthouse.
I have no idea what's causing these lag spikes, but I get them pretty much in the same spot every time.
It's just a horrible net code is all it is.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it because
space
things are loading in?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I think it is. Because like every time I get close to the base, same thing. You know, I'll get this pretty big lag, and it's because I know it's loading the base in.
I can honestly just sort of build the trailer into the bike, probably solve all these problems, make it longer. Not as elegant, but.
I suspect there is a text flying through the air with the greatest of ease.
Yeah. Oof. It just,
Although simultaneously being honest,
it's a drift of the mobile
because kids
right
be
now.
kids, about 2 years
Every
ago it
time I
was
change
renamed
direction,
from
it
hide and go
starts
seek in the
drifting
dark to
sideways.
Among Us in the dark.
Tell that one little thruster
Because-
can keep correct my direction.
And for anyone wonders, no, none of the kids actually know what Among Us is.
These would be fun little things to make like a racetrack for, though.
High speed drifto.
Definitely needs more side thrust.
Well, that's why they got knitted, DE, is because I think, you know, they watched a couple of YouTube channels, discovered Among Us is a thing, and then got very obsessed about it. Hence, those. And wasted goes into the fence. Damn right. Hey, I've lived in this house for 29 years? 30 years? I could vent him if I wanted to.
Of course, now you know what the
When
really
did-
ominous thing
is this
right now
key?
is.
Quietly
Or is this a
shifting.
mod?
Yeah, exactly.
I imagine he's chatting away to chat.
Chanting away to chat?
Chatting away with chat.
Oh, okay. I thought you said chanting. Then I'm like, is getting into Gregorian chants or
God.
something? Or?
Ah,
I don't think he's scheming.
stop. Little bike. Whoa.
Hi.
Oh god, a lag.
I'm so glad the trees don't do damage.
You just couldn't think of an icon for heavy, could you?
There was one that did damage to me the other episode.
You know, maybe it's the perfect example of
I don't think
us all misunderstanding what they meant by heavy armor. We all thought that heavy armor meant it was stronger armor, whereas in reality, what it meant was it just weighs more. And that explains a lot about how damage calculation in Space Engineers works.
Okay, Spacebar. There's giving me space, and then there's riding 2K back from me.
Sorry, I was.
I'm seeing a definite lack of faith there.
No, I just wasn't paying attention. Just trying to find something to listen to.
Little cheek.
I don't have to listen to the same 4-hour playlist like I always have to. I don't have to, but
Playlist. That would be something I should probably start up.
Music? Wow.
Yeah.
What is this?
oh, that's a victory.
You're starting your music. Means you're not paying any. You're starting your music. That means you're not paying any attention. Get in the hole.
Well, I guess I
No.
need those two side hovers.
I'm paying attention because that's why I haven't managed to plunge the ship here into the hole.
Man. I don't know.
No offense to you, Spacebar. I'm assuming you put up the landing stuff here, but it's not attached to the main grid. It's
What
driving
landing
me
stuff?
batty.
What are you talking about?
Where you've got your ship landed right now?
No, that was done to stop the vehicle falling into it. None of this is attached to the grid.
Yeah, not into that.
This bit might be.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, it's not attached to anything I recognize as part of the grid.
Huh. Also, what happened to my way in?
I'm working on it.
Did you fill my way in?
Well, is it a way in or is it a way out?
Well, both. It's a way in at the moment because I've discovered that our power is doing very, very odd things, and I'm fixing it.
Give me a couple secs, Spacebar. I'll get the platform back down for you.
I've got to go pick up
On one of the wind
some up to
turbine
my
towers,
hoverbike.
we have two
okay.
turbines that are producing 40 and 90 kilowatts each, and then we have 3 turbines that are producing somewhere between 300 and 700 kilowatts, all on the same turbine for no reason. Basically, roll a dice, that's how much a given turbine is going to put out power-wise.
You mean space engineers is doing random stuff?
Well, we don't know entirely sure whether that's space engineers or whether something to do with aero mod.
Or weather, for that matter. Maybe the weather is slightly different in this one block over here than this other block. Space engineers, I found another block you haven't added to the game.
Yeah? Which is?
A half slab bottom part of the 2x1 slope that is actually positioned in such a way to be at the mid slab level. If that makes any sense whatsoever.
What was the explosion?
I don't know, it just exploded right next to me. But it wasn't anything I did, it was on the ground.
Probably a, whatchamacallit, care package.
Maybe.
That, well, at first glance, it doesn't look that bad.
No.
Oh, it's upside down. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, just missing back quarter.
I hit a tree, and because I didn't have all the hovers I used to, it wasn't as balanced, so it kind of flipped over.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah. Actually, it's a lot worse than it looks.
Yeah.
I feel responsible now.
No, I should have been paying better attention. I kind of wanted to build like a hover tank or something, anyways.
Aha.
So I'm not like too torn up about it.
Yeah. I'm not hearing a lot of.
No,
regret in your
whoa. Oh well.
Oh, woe, oh, sorrow.
Oh, solo mio.
I don't think I am at high tide. If you remember, when we first came down here, the water level was above the floor, and I've just had to lower the floor in order to get back into the water again. But the tide's actually raising now. Or the waves are.
Something.
Now, Pistro, that is a good point. Yeah, we're now at 160.
Really? We're already playing that game. Alright, come on, space engineers.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Random rotors. Random rotor is random?
Hmm?
The random rotor is random.
I thought you said rotor was random, but no. Oh, okay. I misheard that.
Yeah. Rotor's random too.
Alright, we'll be back in 2 seconds. Quick fire break. Yeah, it could be.
I can
Right,
actually
back
make
in 2
this a little
seconds,
better
guys.
because we've got this modded in here. Don't have to do it that way.
Get out of here, stalker.
What's with the piston?
Hmm?
What's with the piston?
Well, the whole idea is you drive over to the outermost position here, drop off a dead battery,
Oh,
engage the piston, shunt everything over by one, and it jacks up a new battery for you. So that way you don't have to worry about trying to move a vehicle with a dead battery while you're doing your swap. If I can get to work with the modded approach. May just be a little ambitious with this, especially since this level's not quite what I've worked with before. We shall see. Either this is going to work or it's going to blow up horribly.
Either way, it'll be glorious.
Mm-hmm. Vias. Let's see. Actually, that's right. These need to be half blocks. Hey, Keen, I found another block you're missing.
there's always another block.
Okay, half block coverage. Not great, but it'll do.
Spacebar, are you in your little ride?
Hmm?
Your hover thing? Your
No, it
roller
was dead. Oh, you mean that? No.
thing? Yeah. I didn't know if you were trying to do something or something was trying to do to you. The other.
I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Suddenly started feeling a bit nauseous. I needed a drink of water. Thank you, Aaron.
is going on? Oh, there we go.
Sorry, mate. Join the club.
Should probably dismantle this at this point.
Yeah, you don't think you're gonna use it again?
I don't know. Do we need a welding device?
Oh.
Depends how fortified we want to go.
Going to make it stretch to the stars.
Kind of feeling it'll end up clanging itself to death, so... I'll
It
just go
did
ahead and do
randomly
it.
launch itself while you were gone.
Yeah, I noticed that some lights were missing.
Night, Logan. I can't answer that question, Shield. That would be a spoiler also.
Alright, why am I not getting
Inventory
anything out of
full.
that?
Inventory full.
Magical mystery disconnected grid. Will you sign in, please?
Inventory full.
Well, and always, as always, sometimes we don't know. Obviously, there's you guys did see that, right? A fish just swam by and hid behind that conveyor. Roger that, Logan. Thank you, mate. But yeah, so, there's a combination of I don't want to spoil, and there's a and a bit of also this isn't a scripted series, so a lot of it ends up playing off what's happening. Obviously, sometimes we have stuff sort of semi-prepared, a bit of a
Inventory full.
story ready. Oh god, well, I'm not saying that again then. Roger. But as always, stuff will get in the way of that. Some of the best things in the series have happened completely unplanned. Just stuff happened.
Energy low.
Light text flying the Vanguard into an asteroid. I mean, yeah. For example, that turned an episode into, okay, so we need to rebuild the Vanguard then. Yeah, Arctic, that's about the best way of describing it, is there are story beats that we have sort of semi-planned that we want to hit. if I'm being honest, today's stream is mostly about getting some of the little edge bits done so that we can get on more with that. You know, getting this base finished off, as you guys are seeing. We're 2.5 hours in and not really that close to being finished yet. Was always going to take a while, so it doesn't hurt to go, you know what, let's expedite. Or, in this case, have a more different episode where we break normal convention and chat away in order to get some stuff done. Why will you not place? Oh, thank you. Come on. I know you're not particularly a fan of when I do this, but come on. Ooh. Highly underutilized trick, that. No. Okay. We got slightly too far away for me to be able to continue it the whole way down. Fucking hell, that made me jump. Oh.
Energy critical.
Fucking blammo indeed. Where's Capac when you need him? I need to get blammo recorded. All I've got to... No, that's not an owl. That's a split C. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not useful.
Ow.
There we go. Need a blammo. Although, have you guys heard the new one? New one, and without a shadow of a doubt, the best one. No, I'm charging up the power. Another biobait. I see what you mean. God damn it, Lancer. No. We got the new one. The best one by far. You thought...
Hey, what's that wire do?
...was good. Maybe you even liked your... Well, they ain't got a patch on...
Yeah, well then it's just fair game because they're not people.
Out of context. So many possibilities. That's Shaq talking about droids in Star Wars, by the way, if anyone was wondering. to go and get a proper drill. No, that was Shaq referring to droids in our Star Wars tabletop game. We were talking about his habit of killing off characters, and droids were brought up. Hence. Yes, Austin, it ticks more quickly. Doesn't make a bigger area, but it makes the ticking rate at which it removes the rock faster. It also increases the range. Doesn't make the amount you drill bigger, but it allows you to drill from further away. I'm not doing that because I still want to be able to get up and down the hole. If I shift over and build the thing going down the hole, I'm not going to be able to fit. It's going to block my ability to get up and down it. So I was hoping to avoid having to drill further by doing this. It's not worked. It's got me halfway down without having to drill further, I suppose. It could be worse. But yeah, you should see now we've got the tier 2. This'll, while it won't remove more, look how much faster it, look, the tick rate, you can see it biting away at the rock way more quickly. Made that way faster. So what are you making, pal?
Remember that battery swap system?
Oh, okay.
That's the guts of it, at least.
Oh, you said that didn't work.
No, it works just fine. I've just never actually, when I test built it, it was built a, this is built off of a flat block. This is actually raised up half a block, so it's introducing some new twists to it. But it should work.
No, space engineers, I'm sorry to tell you, I'm sorry to break this to you, but that is not aligned to the local grid. Because the local grid is right next to you, and I can see that they don't line up. They're not even rotated the same way. I know, Ben, but why is it decided to just change which local grid it's attaching to halfway down the hole? More importantly, I suppose, is why does this UI not have an indicator or a way of changing which grid it's aligning to? Because you got to admit, this tool would be way more useful if you could actually control which grid it decided to align to. And the reason most of us don't use it is because of that. And the fact that it has a habit of aligning to weird grids. Yeah, well, it's not even because Keen so much as because someone at Keen added that as a good idea and then left or got fired or whatever it might be and no one else uses it. So it just gets ignored from here on out. There are so many bits of random functionality in Keen that were clearly, in Space Engineers, that was clearly added at some point by somebody that no longer works there, and whatever work he was doing has been long since abandoned. You know, like we discovered the other day where, you know, we were talking about how if you hold control, you can rotate things by 90 degrees. And a lot of people don't know you can even do that, but that just fixes it to 90 degrees. What we didn't realise is if you hold Alt, it rotates things in 1 degree increments. Who added that? When? And why is it not documented anywhere? The same way if you go looking through the SBC files, you'll find code in there for solar storms. You can do what now? You can hold Alt and use page up, page down, home, insert, etc. to rotate what you have in your hands by single degree increments. 360 of them. In all directions. Why would you want that? For careful positioning of copy and pasted blueprints, for example. For lining a grid up with another grid that's miles away, but you want them in a straight line. And you can go, look down there, right, I want to line this up just real careful, let's get it round. Because if you try and do it without that, and you're just pressing these buttons, it always turns too far. You're like, alright, I want to line it up, and you got to tap it. You're like, no, 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 go straight. Whereas instead, now you're just like, there, and there, bit more of that, bit more of that. Oh, that looks good. I should be alright, still got 1 bottle. Well, it's the same way as that keybind that me and Zoc eventually discovered was a thing that literally no one at Keen knew existed. Until me and Zoc kept running into it, because apparently we're one of the very few people that use a certain keybind in the game. And they were like, what? That does that? Okay, we'll do something about that. In other words, you got something you want. Say, oh shit, I forgot that was actually attached. I need something not attached. You. Come here. So you got something in your hands, you're holding control, and you... Oh, get out of the alignment mode. You're holding control to rotate it 90 degrees, right? And you're trying to paste it in. Control, control, control. If you press... I'm holding control, page up, page down, etc. All these will work in seats, but if you press control and delete, which is a keybind for rotating it 90 degrees, like the other ones, it'll do this. Watch. I have to have something in the background. Ready? Are you sure you want to delete selected object? Control delete is a creative delete button, but for a long while this please confirm box didn't exist. So what it would do is you'd be rotating this thing around, and you go rotate, rotate, rotate. You'd press Control Delete, and the truck in the background would just disappear. Because there was no confirmation box, there was no warning box, it would just delete whatever you happened to have your mouse over while you were moving things. No one at Keen knew that existed until, like, it was figured out. Like, me and Zoc were having the same problem on stream. Where, like, stuff would just randomly... It was always when we were trying to paste in blueprints, stuff would randomly disappear in the background. And it was that. And of course, Keen, in their infinite wisdom, when we found out about it, we're like, okay, there's this keybind that just deletes stuff. Did they get rid of the key binding that's overlapping with another key binding? Like fuck they did. They just put a confirmation box on it. So notice if I do it up here and I press Control Delete, it does this. The second I press that same button with something in the background, it does that. It's not the cut shortcut. Control Delete is a delete shortcut. It deletes it without putting it on your keyboard, or your clipboard. Control X is the cut shortcut. Control Delete is flat. Delete without putting on my clipboard. Now, it does have a purpose, but it's a weird purpose that originally had no warning and overlaps with another keybind. How? Because Control Delete would also remove asteroids and planets. It would delete any objects. As long as you had creative mode on, it would delete anything. Yes, if you've ever had issues where your planets just disappeared.
It would be heartbreaking if I get this to work and it is destroyed in the future. And I find that incredibly funny because how many things have I had destroyed on the show that I've been building so far?
I mean, not all of them, but pretty close.
Yeah, just like how many fighters did we go through in like the first 3 episodes?
Per episode.
There, this looks like it is actually going to work pretty smoothly here. That swaps to the spare battery. Swap back.
Oh, fair enough, Benjamin. I thought you were talking about in-game. Yeah, you're right. Elsewhere, Control Delete as a known use.
Drop battery. Yeah, that'll work.
Every time.
Energy low.
They've only got one part in them, so they break when they get hit by the drill.
Yes, we ought to still play it again.
Shouldn't be.
I haven't been going through quite that much. I mean, stuff I've got is either unwelded or light armor.
I'm using interior and single bits of it.
Yeah, so that should be keeping the usage low too.
As soon as you get to the point where you're like, alright, I'll get a better drill because this is taking ages. Alright, I'll get some hydrogen bottles so I don't have to keep fixing that. Okay, now we've just got power running out every 2 seconds. And no, there isn't something for that one.
I mean, there's the...
You can't make them. They can only be purchased.
Oh, well, I've got a bunch.
Well, only be purchased or found, looted. You know, they're not something you can craft.
Which is a little silly.
Ah, but Dexvar, do you not want to do some exploration?
Sure.
Go and check out the world building? Or have you not built it yet?
The what?
Or the world?
No.
That's what Space Engineers world building means, is
I have
you've got to build
actually
it.
built the world.
How does it still scare me?
Okay, for the record, I am officially grieving.
Damn it!
Rising, probably not.
Text fire Greebling. Nah, I don't believe it.
Who's dropping blocks?
That sounds like crazy talk.
Who's dropping blocks on me? Oi! Someone's dropping round blocks down the hole. Well, I don't know if they're round or not, but I have a suspicion they might be. Yep, look at that. Suspiciously curved edge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that didn't sound suspicious in the least.
Nope, not at all.
You leave me alone. I'm sorting out our power problems.
Errol, I've got a design question for you.
Yeah.
I need a second opinion.
You're crazy. That's my opinion.
That's already been established.
Okay.
I think she'll be in the shop for a good few weeks, mate. Set you back a pretty penny.
Aye. Okay, so standing back here, I could either go 2 separate pods that basically kind of
Of course,
mirror
stone
each other
floats.
like this,
Why wouldn't it?
or I could just go straight.
Well
up.
known for its
Which
floating
one looks
abilities. Rock.
less busy or more interesting?
The way you've got it right now, and also because that will keep your weight down a little bit. If you do it straight across, you'll want to be filling in stuff, and that's just going to add more blocks to it.
Cool. You sir?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that
you
is
think?
highly confusing.
He's pretty much done.
It was definitely low tide earlier, though. This was my out of the water bit that I was going to build the generators and stuff on. It is very much now underwater, and this little area was turned into a little cave.
Machine.
Yep, looks good.
Yeah, all right, pumice floats. I get it. Don't you have to make pumice? Doesn't it have to be washed in a certain way to get the sediment and salts out of it? Or is it naturally occurring? I legit don't know. Why is that so violent? Oh, is it gases? Okay, fair enough. God damn it, Benjamin.
Officially Greebling being an image of a referee in full black and white stripes having blocks glued to him by a man in a cow suit. Hmm? Yeah. When you said that you were officially greebling.
There's always stuff on the base.
I was actually going to see how we were looking for iron, if we were ready to continue making iron runs so I can keep you guys running, or whether we got sufficient supply for a little while.
I should probably head to bed, to be honest. I don't know, I've got work in the morning.
Nah, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
We're actually okay. We've got 50,000 iron ingots, 60,000 or so.
Alright, that's just about good enough here.
Well, I will see you guys next time.
Under that spacebar. Sleep well, mate.
Next time on Vanguard Z.
On Vanguard. Back when we're not actually talking to people.
If it wasn't so much hard work to do, I'd really love to do an anime intro for Vanguard at some point. But it's really hard work to get it to look right.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I have attempted it before, and yeah, selling that style without being able to draw, yeah.
Girl, you might want to try this out. It's kind of pretty cool.
Oh, see you guys.
Hey, the spacebar.
What, the little speeder there?
Mm-hmm. He's drifty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Space Engineers, you're literally intersecting with a local grid, but please align to the one that's 150 meters away.
Not quite
Well,
as
I don't.
zippy when she's fully loaded, but
No, but she'll get the job done.
she'll get the job done, and she's got enough room to actually haul some stuff. And somehow, even with the same cargo capacity as the last one that I did, this one doesn't look nearly as portly.
She doesn't exactly take corners like my sports car, but
Well.
that's good.
Yeah, built like.
She looks the part, too.
Mm-hmm.
Handles like a bistro. Jesus Christ. What is with everything exploding on me down here?
I can't help but feel we've been presented with an opportunity here, gentlemen.
Or
A certain little revenge, I might say.
We need to build his
Given that
vehicle.
we know exactly where one certain spacebar is currently at this point in time.
We need to encase his vehicle in a giant wall.
Mm-hmm. A giant round block.
Because for some reason, and I still don't know why, it was decided that Jack was going to redo the water mod, and instead of making things like oxygen and hydrogen, gases buoyant, they'd be not buoyant, but steel blocks, when welded, those are buoyant. Gas, no. Steel block, yes. Still haven't figured out the logic behind that particular decision. Trapped air? But we just discussed. He made gases not buoyant. So what's it filled with? Because if it's filled with a gas, that's not buoyant. That's been established by the fact that if you take a tank and you put gas in it, it becomes not buoyant. You see where that logic falls apart? That can't float because it's got gas in it, but then things that hold gas don't float because they've got gas in them?
Oh, interesting. Okay. What you doing there?
Yep, that's with it in a deployed position currently. So, effectively, you drive your rover up when you're in that position. You let the bottom lock onto the battery pack, and you release the battery pack from the rover body itself. That draws it down. Then there's a mechanism that shunts this whole assembly over. Underneath this panel, you've got your second set of batteries. It's all charged up, ready to go. You just raise it up in position and lock it in.
And then what, we could do that like ×2 on the bottom of the truck? Problem is the truck's not going to run too long on 2 batteries.
Well, I mean, it's still kind of better than, I mean, like if I took the Flyer, for instance, you've got solar panels still that you can use with it.
Yeah,
I'd use the Flyer for this, but the problem is it does make running a cargo system on it a little wonky.
What you really kind of want is you want like an entire array of extra batteries charging.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So you would just basically replicate this rotor a couple different times with each with its own battery charger?
No, it doesn't even have to be that. It can just be a simple back-forth operation, and you just have multiple stations down the piston arm. Problem is the piston arm is going to get a little wonky if you add too many of them on.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a good spot to put it because we had the space already cleared out for it, so.
Fair enough. Let me help you weld up.
Yeah, I'm just going to work on the ramp. It's, well, just this part of the ramp, not the whole thing, because obviously it's a lot of steel for that.
Use catwalk.
Liquefied gas is indeed heavier, but you do have to compress it to quite an extreme level for it to be heavy enough to sink.
Let's just say you would not want to paste this grid.
To put this into perspective, for example, a steel scuba diving tank
absolutely take off
is
and start spinning around wildly.
Neutrally buoyant, as in they are designed to essentially
on the Vanguard.
not affect your buoyancy.
Quickly was running in space.
And that's made out of steel.
Anytime you start extending something on pistons, you're automatically just...
It's guaranteed to start acting up, yeah.
It's not even that it's guaranteed, it's just that it takes so much space.
Well, that and the weird thing that I don't quite get is this piston right now is fully retracted, and you'll note none of these blocks actually line up. There's some weird discrepancy, even though they fixed all the block collisions and all these other tolerances in the game, which is admittedly, it's definitely been an improvement. I would definitely not have tried this 2 years ago, but it's still just a little off for whatever reason.
You're just gonna build your rover around your battery pack there?
Well, I'm just putting that in so that if anything happens to any more of our rovers, we've got something quasi-started here at least. At least we'll have a charged up battery pack waiting for something to be built off of it.
Fair enough.
We could easily just take the wheels off this and stick hovers on the bottom of the little arms there, or whatever we wanted to build on it.
I had forgotten how much.
That was just to have something there to hold up in case I
parts
accidentally hit
end
the
up
wrong
going
button.
into a blooming hydrogen engine, though. This is going to be a little bit painful. Oh, Lonzo, I didn't realize you were a diver. Nice. Yes, the aluminium ones float and or sink, depending on what state they're in. Yeah, Harold, sorry, Pot. I use it on my other Agaris save. That's partly why I'm not using it here. Vanguard's a bit different with how we get our hands on technology, you know?
Energy low.
Plus, repeating myself on 2 different saves
I
is
believe the words muted space.
dull. Indeed.
Howdy.
Hello.
Been working on.
Power. I said this.
Oh, still good? Or I mean, are any better on that? Or
Still going. I'm still making the thing. I've had to go down 200 meters in order to reach the water table.
Oh, okay. That
Oh
makes
yeah,
sense.
backup independent power. I'm with you. Nice.
The wind is acting really funky, and rather than
And-
spend ages rebuilding things trying to figure out why it's acting funky, I'm just gonna do this.
And it's also super vulnerable. No, I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to give you a hand with that?
No, I mean I'll be all right. There's not much room down there, to be honest. There's a chance you'd be more in the way than otherwise.
Yeah, it's kind of what I figured, but I thought I'd offer. You're
Although
you're
you've got nothing to do. The battlements need finishing. I got some of the way around and hadn't really decided what I was doing with it either. Just figured we should be able to get up on the walls.
Uh-huh. Do that. Gonna finish welding up the rest of these base blocks. But
I mean, if anything, that's what I should have. I could have pasted in a copy of whatchamacallit. Pasted in a copy of our mining vehicle.
Yeah, it's
Help
old
out with that.
whatchamacallit.
Yeah, whatchamacallit. Thingamajig.
call it.
Thing that has a totally memorable name, honestly.
The old memorable miner vehicle. Yep, I remember that one well. You've been spelunking, is what I mean.
Yes, submarines are cool, and that recent series that Dustin did was particularly interesting. As is the commonality that I've started noticing, like one of the sort of
It actually wouldn't be that hard to
science
open up
explanation,
this
technology
jet.
explanation YouTube channels will put out
Fly space cars,
a
ship
video
down
on a
there,
certain
set up a little
subject, and then
landing
suddenly
pad
you'll
down
just
underneath
notice that
and
there's a
then
lot of
close it
people
back
around
down.
that suddenly know a lot about that particular subject. Yeah, Smarter Every Day is a pretty awesome.
Sounds like it would be a pretty nasty little prank to then go, "Hey, Spacebar, we need you to fly up here real quick. We're being attacked. We need you up here." And then he hops in the cockpit, doesn't look, and slams into the ceiling of the now closed in bay.
Actually, you know,
No, Arctic.
kind of cool.
More
though to have,
gens than
like,
that.
a little hangar with a lift on it.
All right, let's see. Rover batteries, auto, drop.
Ow.
Pack small merge. That's the one we want. All right, so this should be pretty
Yeah, no,
straightforward to
that would
work.
be doable.
Will this actually work? You are.
Found it.
Not quite. I gotta get the cut mechanism in place here.
Ah, you're alright. You can still fly without power. Somehow. And fight the power, you take the power back. With funky riffs and bass lines. And Morello doing that thing he does.
All right, I think I'm ready for a dry run on this one. Let's see if this is gonna work. Attach from the rover.
I'm having to come up and down for parts constantly anyway, Durzel. It's not the end of the world.
Tracked.
Like at the moment I'm having to go down, like my inventory's full every
Shut
single
over.
time, so taking parts down for a seat would just be another load
And then
back
that
up and
would
down
be where
again.
we'd have our next battery pack ready to go. Yeah. That should work. Just gotta build the next battery pack.
I am going to kill myself doing that at some point soon. But it's alright because I called it, and therefore
Of course, the other nice thing is it also means this
something.
gives you the base a couple extra backup batteries still.
It'd probably help if I took some of the tools out of my backpack so that I had more than half my backpack space.
Mm-hmm.
Combustible lemons? The hell have combustible lemons got to do with anything? Mostly it's just the bloody hydrogen bottles. How much are they? 120? Yeah, I think it's 120 per bottle, right? Yep. Like 10% your inventory per hydrogen bottle. Fairly steep. It's kind of impressive actually, because your hydrogen tank here means that somehow your hydrogen tank is taking up more space than a drill, a welder, and a
Really
grinder.
wanted to optimize the system. I'd put in welders and a production system down here so you could build new batteries on the fly.
Yeah. Doesn't sound bad.
They're there.
Yeah, space is a little tight down on this one, I think, though. It's not going to be easy to work that in. But it is doable.
that moment where you notice that you've been on top chat the whole night, and that's why some of the conversations aren't making any sense. Because you're not seeing all of them. Top chat is, yeah. Top chat is basically, Google, please randomly filter out bits of this chat because you've decided that I don't want to see them. Why is top chat default? Don't know. Yes, do remember, this is a top chat that exists on the same service that when you're using top chat doesn't know how to filter out bots with the most obviously inappropriate names you could possibly think of. They can't catch that, but they do feel like what they should do is moderate what chat you can read. They're equipped for that.
Was a little bit smarter. Like if you told it, okay, build these blocks, but only build the things that you don't have. You know what I mean?
Well, it kind of does have that. That's what the build plan is for.
Yeah, but it doesn't take into account your current inventory on the grid.
Well, it assumes that you've already tried to pull the parts first. Right, why would you be queuing parts up without having already seen if the base had some? You know what I mean? Surely the first thing you do is go and try and pull the parts. If you've got the parts, you put them in. And then you go, alright, these are the parts I'm missing. Queue up.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I would just like it to actually, you know, when I walk up to it and say, give me everything for this block, or to actually give me everything.
And that is a very different thing.
Yeah, instead of saying, I gave you everything, and opening my inventory and being able to immediately prove it was a lie. That's, you know, I'd like to see that first.
Oh, interesting, Altair. You're on Discord. Do you want to drop me a DM with the info? Yeah, Snowbind. You notice that
let's raise it up
on the replays you don't have the choice of selecting top chat or not. It's because I think on replays it just defaults to top chat and you can't change it.
Base merge block identified.
No, Alien. It was for Vanguard.
What?
There's a microphone there that I hit. That's what the ooh was.
They're well positioned for that.
Yeah.
Right there.
Just lurking, waiting to strike.
Yeah, like, it just told me pulled everything out that I needed to make a block, but didn't include the interior plates, which is the first block in the entire set. Enable. Hey.
Yeah, maybe that's the deal. I need to start doing.
How am I getting a corner light from here? Field Vision's telling me I'm looking at a corner light when I'm looking at a merge block. Okay. It's
No, Hawaiian.
interesting.
I was talking of potentially doing an intro in that sort of style.
Is-
Oh, well, that's why. You are in my way.
Ah. It was you.
That's
Why can't I walk near Spacebar's ship? Why don't you guys come over here?
yeah.
Hmm?
Can you walk near Spacebar's ship?
I walk near it.
I can't get any closer than this. It won't let me.
Well, you are
You're
standing right
literally
next to it for me.
standing nose to it.
Oh, well, that would explain a lot.
Yep.
So that
desync.
should mean that if I go on this side, I can walk through it. Yep.
Yep, and your face into it at that
Now, I'm
point.
having a
Yep.
good look on the inside. Now, in theory, this means that... Now, will you let me access the survival kit from here? Yeah, I can, even though what I'm accessing is not actually where it is.
And it's even better because from where you're standing, I don't even think you'd be able to access the kit from there. I mean, I can see the port for the O2
Opening and
generator,
closing the
but-
door on the inside.
Oh. Space engineers, you so crazy.
And where's this in PvPvP? Fun I could have had with something like this. Just grind bits of your ship out without even having to enter it. Ah! Just updated. That was quite disconcerting to begin with. We're on a dedicated server, it just doesn't work like that.
Perfect. All right, system's fully
Oh,
functional.
read.
Perfect. Nice.
And in the intro, it means the base has got some extra batteries now.
I think I'm gonna make a couple of.
Nah, if I was hosting and got desync, now that would be
garages over
impressive.
Here. Like I've got started with mine. Unless you guys had a different plan.
I'm sorry, I missed the start of that.
A couple of parking garages with like their own gates.
I guess, are you actually going to be able to build one that's big enough for any of the other vehicles?
Yeah, because we've got this entire distance to go back. And at least, oh, well, I was about to say I can at least make one for the two Everbikes, but I guess
As
think
far
I
as
just
I've
heard
seen,
that,
your one's big enough for both the other bikes. The one you've already got. They're tiny.
Alan,
But then the other
Only-
vehicles are going to need something so big, it's almost not worth doing. Hang on. Okay, we good. Yeah, we good. Okay, cool. Floating metal, sinking air, random power issues, and I made myself jump like 15 times by blowing up conveyors. Oh, pillars, sorry. Otherwise. Oh no, it is outputting. It is outputting, look. I'm just intrigued by this. It currently says input H2 500 liters a second, max 300.5 kiloliters a second, but it's putting out its max output. So I guess that's the max input it can take to fill the tank, but it doesn't actually need that max input in order to run the engine. Because 5 megawatts is its max. And in theory, what that should have done is meant that these things, current input 856, 829. Why? Why? Space engineers! Total available 11.15 megawatts. Total required 4 megawatts. So why are you not putting max input? Your max input's 4 megawatts. You got 4 megawatts to use. Use it. Current input 0 watts. Output 0. What? What are you doing? Why? There are a lot of batteries on recharge, but we've got 12.9 megawatts available. Why is it only using 5 megawatts of it? I suppose it could be that this power display is wrong. Or it could be that Keen's power system, when it comes to like batteries in particular, is really ropey and weird. I know it's a base battery, but why is it sitting there on 0? There's spare power. Or at least it seems to suggest there's spare power. Uh-huh. 0% usage. Just check that this is on the right grid.
Do you think Spacebar knows that his thrusters are on?
It's on the right grid.
They shouldn't be. I've got damps off on it, on that craft. I had to move it.
0% usage.
Yeah, and it's still thrusting though.
It is...
On the bottom.
It's not thrusting for me. That's all lights on the bottom of the ship. I can see on my end all the thrusters are off. Now, that means that my end is correct. You're welcome to pop in the cockpit and check it.
Yep. I don't actually see a group for all thrusters on his. Crazy, because they're right there.
Have any of you guys got a good reason why I can't power cycle the grid right now, the whole base?
My hover truck, everything is connected.
I don't
think that's gonna do it, but let me disconnect.
Just for reference, don't leave battery-powered things connected to grids. Charge them up, disconnect it, turn it off.
I was literally doing that, charging it.
Okay.
Yeah, technically that's...
The way Space Engineers handles batteries and battery charging, if it's connected when it doesn't need to be, it's just sitting there wasting power. Like, it'll be using power because Space Engineers is stupid.
Yep. Okay. Mine is disconnected, so it's not that. It's not that.
Yeah.
If anything else is connected?
Well, that means trying to figure out a way to do a resting state with this, but this should prop it up good enough to be able to disconnect it.
We don't need to disconnect it particularly. It was just, I'm going to turn the grid on and off.
If you turn the grid on and off, merge blocks.
Merge blocks?
Yeah, they'll let go, won't they?
No.
Those will be... okay. Never mind then. Go for it.
No, to be honest, I don't even think connectors turn on and off when you turn a power specific. I think you need power to look. No, in fact, they changed that as well. You don't even need a power connector to hook up to it. So they literally don't care.
Okay.
Now it doesn't turn back on again. Now apparently we have 66 megawatts available from somewhere. What the fuck?
Like it's just not accepting it, or... Because, I mean, conveyors are showing power for me.
No, it's not that. It's The way batteries are charging is not behaving right. Try reconnecting with the server. Back in a second. Basically, just double checking this is not a like visual glitch in some way or desync. They aren't on auto. They're on forced recharge. Hence, they should draw as much power as they can. Uh, 12, I think. Small batteries, so they've got a maximum input of 1 megawatt. Oh, sorry, maximum input of 4 megawatts. But they can only store 1. Right. Let's choose something that isn't a battery quickly, just have a look.
Darn, my timing was a little off on that.
Okay. What?
Yeah.
Hmm? No, nothing. Just, you're not feeling tired, are you?
No, why? What?
Oh, well, just thought you might be after having a tire land on you. Wow.
Like those kind of jokes from me.
There's traditions that have to be upheld, you know. Your backpack's still there, by the way.
I've never seen batteries behave like this, Lost Soul, with this randomly jumping around all over the place. Output. Oh. I don't care anymore. It's weird. It says we've got 111 megawatts available now. I don't believe it. Setting that to recharge, just charge in the right time.
Before it responded.
In the where? Sorry?
In the connector.
Thank you. Sorry, I was getting very confused by batteries again, but I've made the executive decision that I don't care. I don't care enough to go and deal with it anymore. Whatever.
Yep.
I mean, wind power's acting wonky, batteries are acting wonky. What's left? Certainly not solar or nuclear power. I mean, not that we couldn't get put a emergency reactor on the truck just in case.
Sure, we could do that.
It's got one, but it's only a little one. Like, not enough to actually run it. Just enough to charge it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just making a curious observation.
Yes.
There's a distinctive problem with our wall.
But
Which is.
Well, if you'd care to come to where I am at currently, standing outside this big imposing wall here.
the fact you can go around it.
Yeah, the fact that I can just walk up the hill and then walk over the wall and back down the other side without even being slowed down.
Okay.
This does not seem to be...
Not really expecting to be attacked by an dude.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, I mean, because
It's-
like,
it's not
if
outside the
we're
realm
going
of
to that
possibility.
length, have you noticed that there is a large entranceway in both
Yeah.
sides of it that is completely wide open as well?
Yeah, but we can pull the truck to block that.
Walls
Well,
are
one of them
there
at
so that
least.
if I'm out here and I want to shoot at our stuff, I can't. Because there's a wall in the way.
Okay. I am out here and I want to shoot at stuff.
Yeah, obviously we're going to just be doing nothing while this is happening. Also,
Well,
I seem to remember
there's-
putting that cargo box over there, down there for a reason, and that reason was to run turrets around the walls.
Okay. That makes more sense then.
We're not done yet.
If you want to build that back section up to the correct height to prevent someone from coming around and weld it all up, be my guest.
Well, that's the problem though. This is space engineers, because then that just means someone will grind their way in instead of blasting the wall down. And then we'll be here all day while I try to knock more holes in the theory.
As I said, the walls are there for a purpose, and that purpose is if someone's out there shooting in this direction, they're not going to hit. They can't just sit 800 meters away and take a shot that takes out our stuff.
I mean, I would also point out I have another vehicle that can defeat the wall too.
Same deal.
But that's just me being pedantic.
Same deal. In order to do that, you'd have to come close enough that we can shoot back, and then get above so that you can shoot in, which makes you
Okay.
vulnerable.
So what you're saying is turrets.
Yep. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Notice you're doing a thing called flying over there. You're proposing we put a roof on as well.
That's what I was inferring when I said I had another vehicle that could very easily defeat the security measures.
Well, you were looking at your actual vehicle that flies, and I was referring just to the fact that you've got a jetpack.
Mm-hmm.
No, because in order to defend that from that direction, in reality, the wall would need to be higher than the hill. Kevin. This is here for that reason. I just haven't got to it yet. Partly because when I do things like, say, hey Tex, we could do with finishing the battlements, he builds a garage.
Oh. Not grinding that down, you know it, game.
I've spent the whole stream basically working, other than finding a way of charging the truck, I've spent the whole stream working on the base. Tex built himself a trailer and a garage. And Farrell's doing something with charging systems. Neither of which are helping. The charging system, if I remember rightly, he started the stream by saying didn't work. Yes, Tractor. That's what I mean. Something weird is going on. Good night, game mod. I think it's 30s sort of era Hawaiian. I'm sad I don't have more of it, unfortunately. There's not that much I can find, but sometimes I quite like it. It's a bit different. Gotta mix it up a bit. Damn it! Spacepod did all the welding except for the large cargo container, which actually have less parts than you think. Of course, and as we say that playlist ends. Do the dangerous thing and see if we can find some more. And this was found by going brass. Oh man, that wasn't quite what I was expecting, but maybe this is clearly the season 2 Vanguard intro music.
Ooh, are we really out of silicon? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we're super low on silicon.
What is super low?
Silicon?
What is super low, as in definition? How low are we? Okay, we have about a K less than we had 4 hours ago.
Really?
I checked it at the start of the stream before you, when Farrell asked me about nickel. We had about 12.5K at that point.
Oh, it was just when I was trying to schedule. I was trying to do something up, and it was telling me you need more silicon. It didn't.
So we're all set, or
Yeah,
we're fine.
good.
okay?
It's just the inventory system being
We use
Telling me-
so little silicon, it's ridiculous.
telling me that I can't make something, but obviously we can.
Oh, later, easy. Oh, I don't think we do, you. No, we need space engineers to not be weird. Do you see how the number of those motors was going? Look at it. It's 50, 55. It's the number's going down and then going back up again. Oh. It reached 1 and then went back up to 7. Later, William. And now we've switched over to an almost sexy brutal style electro swing. It's not electro swing, it's like electro jazz. I'm also pressing Shift, middle mouse. All components successfully put into production. And then I'll produce the stuff, and I'll press middle mouse to pull it back out again, and it'll say that it can't withdraw stuff. Why is it that the build planner just doesn't work? Oh, 100%, Greg. I mean, if you want to see this sort of thing, like that can be done live, no problem. Just go and have a look at some of Caravan Palace live. If you want to see the sort of things, the electro swing stuff that can be done live. Absolutely crazy. Their bassist is nuts. Watching that guy go from like sick Moog solos to sick double bass solo in like 2 beats halfway through a bar. We're just like casually off the Moog to the double bass, and the solo continues. Not even a solo, just nuts riff more than anything. Okay, so how are we going to run this hype in? It was very bit too Latin for the vibe I was going for, I think. was originally thinking having a pipe that ran around underneath the railing. Or as close as you can legally get to... The track is Soul Bossa Nova, by the way. As close as you can legally get to Soul Bossa Nova without actually being Soul Bossa Nova. Yes, it does. It also needs welding in that corner. Kind of needs finishing as well. Spacebar. No, it's spacebar. Where did he log out? Wasn't going to do anything. My mind is changing. No, he would never, would he? He probably wasn't even there. He was working on his ship. And I know the spiel. Huh. What do we do with it? I know what we do with it. Turn it upside down. Piston, rotor, off the ground, rotate, back down to the ground, delete everything. Yeah, he doesn't have enough thrust up there to pick himself up. Alright, boys, I need a hand.
What's that?
I wasn't gonna do anything, but then I walked around the outside of the wall and saw quite how many round blocks are stuck in it.
You're surprised?
No, but disappointed.
Not angry.
So,
Disappointed.
the plan, I think, is... to piston up his ship, rotate it 180 degrees, put it back down again, and then take everything apart. Because I don't think he's got enough thrust on the top to get it back up.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Also, his door's on the top and he won't be able to get out. Forgotten about that bit, but that's a nice extra touch.
The problem, let me just throw this one possible kink into the plan. I like it otherwise. To do we have any guarantee he will actually be spawning in there next time?
No, but it's still gonna have to deal with it. Like,
Okay.
Even if it.
I mean, honestly, he probably... if he got it on its side and let it gently go over, it shouldn't go over like with a bad flip or anything.
Oh, we'll just use a rotor. Just piston with a rotor on the end of it. Just do a quick 180 degree, flip it around. Just need to put some stands on it so that these turret at the back doesn't get damaged. As you know what they're like, they have a massive hitbox for no good reason.
Mm-hmm.
That's been better, now it's up on cinder blocks as well. No, he's gone to bed. What's this for?
Well, I mean, if we're going to do this sort of thing, also encase him in it.
Yeah. Well, first things first, let me do the flip thing.
Yeah, you should still be able to do the flip thing within the...
That's very close, Barrel. Like, in fact, it's so close, I think his ship's inside it. I don't think, yeah, his ship is inside it.
No, I'm not going to do the entire thing. You've got to leave a
No,
window
but I mean,
here.
like, if his ship's inside it, I can't pick it up.
You shouldn't need to go up that far on it.
Well, it needs to spin, dude, so it has to go up far enough to be able to do a 180 degree rotation.
Alright, I thought there was room, but...
Yes, the edge of his landing pad's round blocks as well, I know.
No, I just put those in.
Oh, okay.
That was the start of the entombment process, was switching those in.
Not far. Need to be closer. Either that. No, I'm not going to be able to fit them next plate on, am I? Damn it!
I mean, all you really have to do is just kind of fly the ship up to it, really.
Yeah, but I think he's in the pilot seat.
No, he's not.
He's not in the pilot seat.
Nope. I was able to move that ship because I needed to do that to put the landing pad under him.
He is in there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's in a cryopod.
Oh, okay, that works. That works. That makes things far easier.
Much easier.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering. It's like, well,
I figured he'd logged out in his pilot seat.
nope. No, for some reason he didn't.
That would have been smart.
Oh, he's going to regret that, yeah. We could put it in the pit, but he's positioned in such... I mean, to be honest, the pit's not flat at the bottom, so I think you just end up getting broken.
Yeah,
I think he's bigger than the pit as well, actually.
We'd have to rip apart quite a bit of stuff to get him in there.
It would get complicated.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so far, or so much effort I'm willing to put into a Jeep.
Energy
And that's a
low.
reasonable amount of effort, but only up to a point. Like, that's about the amount of effort I'm willing to go to.
We should probably put some mag plates on these little stands just so it's locked down.
Yeah, Benjamin, it wasn't me personally, but some of the guys in my year when we were graduating did similar. One of the teachers had a Mini, and they got it into the... Like, there was a hall that we used for assembly in the morning, which was weird, yes, that there was still assembly at this school. It wasn't like everyone sit on the floor in lines. No, it was just like everyone had to go in there, roll call, and announcements for the day, basically. But it meant that's where everyone was every morning. And some of the guys had managed to get the Mini into that hall, despite the fact that there was only a single door entry to it. And they'd basically got the Mini and turned it on its side and got it in that way. There was like 7 of them or something. But yeah, you can imagine that was... particularly because everyone came in the morning, it's sitting there, and not just that, but it took them a while to get it back out again. It's one of those lessons, I'm afraid. If you are a teacher at any sort of place with kids above a certain age, don't drive a Mini.
I think you're going to need to be 1 block higher, don't you?
Hmm?
Be able to rotate it on the rotor?
Maybe. Yeah, probably.
I think so.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
It's a great track, Austin, but without going and checking for sure what the copyright status is on it, I couldn't just play it on a stream, I'm afraid. I know the track, it's a good one, but yeah.
Yeah, that ought to be enough.
You're always so violent. You're always so violent, Farrell.
Yeah, well, someone managed to turn off all the merge blocks when the power went out, so... Now things are cattywampus in this one spot. have to figure out a protection system to prevent that from happening.
Not sure how you're going to manage that.
I have an idea. Now the problem is just trying to get the pack out of here. I should probably put that in place right here as well. Oh yeah, I've definitely got a way to prevent that.
I see, yeah, you've not got much room to maneuver. Careful, Tex. Yeah. Oh god, why is Tex
I'm just trying to push
flying?
forward. Rust override somewhere?
Yeah.
That was weird. You guys do that?
No.
No, I didn't do anything.
And I wonder why only a couple of the thrusters were on override.
Spacebar from beyond the grave. He knows he's being messed with.
Okay, is that gonna be high enough, or do I need to go a little higher?
Nope, you're good.
Not for the spin? Maybe.
Nah.
They should be good.
You're gonna have to disconnect me if I'm gonna go a little bit higher. Okay. How's that?
Yeah.
I would leave those thrusters on.
Well, we're not gonna have them when we rotate it.
Not technically true.
They'll still be
There are
on.
thrusters on all sides.
Okay.
They'll help.
Now, am I gonna be able to get out? Is the next question.
Well, hopefully not if we've done this right. Is there still going to be a flaw, is the question? Oh yes, of course there will be, because of a certain thing the spacebar likes not to talk about.
I mean, now you could probably kill the thrusters, but...
No, when it's upside down, then it's probably going to be at its worst.
We'll be able to delete a block underneath it for me to be able to get back out, I think.
Oops.
You didn't put limits on, did you?
Oh, I'm not. I'm doing it manually via
Oh, okay.
thingamajobby. I just clicked by mistake, and in doing so, deselected it just when I needed to.
It's a new spacebar rover flying ship roast here.
I have no third-person view right now, so you're gonna have to guide me down.
And I forgot that right-clicking resets the settings.
Okay. Seems like it's fairly level according to the artificial. It's upside down, but it's level.
No, there's a readout here that tells me exactly how level it is.
Okay. So then I'm gonna need to go up, go down.
Well, don't
Right.
go anywhere. We got a piston on it, dude.
Oh, that's right.
just hold,
Well, then,
hold position.
under that,
There we go.
let me turn the auto lock off on those mag plates. Let her and get her to settle down on the ground.
No, we're not taking his thrusters out of his groups or anything like that. It's supposed to be a joke, not
Not completely malicious.
Not something that might result in him
sabotage
crashing.
Jeez. Is that because that's great?
Okay, ready to detach? I would turn your dampers off now.
Okay. All 4 mag plates down?
On now.
Yep, looks like it.
Okay, and then thrusters off. Off, and should I leave the grid on or just power it down?
Inventory.
Well, leave it how you found it.
Inventory.
If he's in the cryopod, it probably wants it powered up. Because otherwise it'll die.
Oh, perfect.
I see you're having some difficulties.
That's perfect. No, that's great.
Aw, I can't fit the block there, darn it. Yes.
No, no. Because just in case he does spawn outside of it, if we put stuff around it, he's going to immediately notice. Because then there's the secondary opportunity for him to just not notice that it's upside down for a long portion of the stream.
Like, where'd the door go? Oh.
I mean, you can... No, you can still get in there.
Yeah, and you can
You
get
can,
out.
but it
just takes a little bit of doing. It's perfect.
Yeah, I know the blocks will give it away a bit, but there's not much I can do given that that turret's there, and it will blow up if it gets any lower, or it'll blow a hole in the blocks underneath it.
Inventory full.
All right. Well, it's about that time for me too.
No, alright, we are about 4 hours in.
Yeah, we got a fair amount of progress made.
Yep. However, I am gonna fix this manually. The battery pack.
Still got a battery pack. Stuck.
Since it's a relatively straightforward way of preventing that from happening again, just do...
Well, technically, they sort of will be,
come on,
because the top is actually this half block. So they're in the position where they'll run underneath this walkway. I will just conveniently forget to tell them what the server password is. I'll change it and then at the end of the stream, and then
fixed.
I will forget to tell them what the server password is at the start of next stream, so that I'm in the first.
Okay, okay.
I do like these cockpits.
Which one's that? Oh, you're in that. Ah, I see. Gotta be honest with that one. That's probably the one exception where I prefer Keen's one to Spacebars. Now, I gotta say, Tex, that's probably the only exception in the whole of Spacebar's collection where I actually prefer Keen's one.
I feel like this needs a wide sign on the back of it that says, "Follow me."
What is this?
It just kind of looks like it should be an airport vehicle of some sort.
No, it definitely should. About to service one of the 747s or something. Okay. Anybody else seeing these floating here?
The fish.
No, random magnetic plates.
Nope.
Okay.
Go and see all Tex.
Nope. So I see nothing.
Oh, so did you get a chance to see the final form of the hover hauler? Lisa, before we go.
And it is indeed a building.
No, the hover, not the building, the hovercraft.
You rebuilt your hoverbike into a hoverbike.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Brave new direction. I like it.
It's a better hover bike. The other one looked like
Stepping out of
somebody
your
had
comfort zone.
taken a.
It looks good, Tex.
Thank you. It's like somebody had taken like a milk van and then like slapped some spoilers on it before.
It was the Zamboni.
You can make a Zamboni some other time. All right.
I was hoping to give Farrell enough chance. Has he rescued it? He's rescued it. All right then. I was just trying to give Farrell enough chance to get that sorted because it'd be an annoying thing to leave. I think.
Hover trike. No, okay, maybe it's not as cute, but
Oh. Let me get it hooked back up so it can charge up.
No, I meant to redo my. This. So it looked a bit less rubbish. I forgot. Oh well. It's surprising at times how little you can get done in a 4-hour stream.
mm-hmm.
I dug a hole in the ground, built 4 blocks at the end of it.
Should be. Just need to turn that on.
A little unfair, but decent element of that.
There we go.
Got it.
What's even better is if Spacebar had just gone and slept in his bedroom over there, I probably wouldn't have even thought of messing with this ship.
I mean, it's an opportunity that you just can't let go to waste.
No, you really can't. All right, folks. Well, thanks for coming along.
For a little slightly different streamage.
Yeah, not the normal Vanguard episode, but hopefully you guys still had fun and
Still space it is.
How are we explaining this all to ourselves next time?
it's all hallucination.
We got a lot more done than we thought yesterday. Done.
The elves came by and helped us out.
Cheers, Altair. Appreciate that, man.
Keebler elves. They left cookies.
No, Vanguard style should literally just be, wow, we got a lot more done than we thought last time, and that's all that gets said about it.
Yep. Nope. We just ignore it and move on.
Well, thank you very
Time-honored
much.
Vanguard tradition.
Thank you very much for coming and joining us. Did we know when was going to get other progress? I just did. We were just... Farrell's progress is here. We were just...
Yeah.
We've been walking on it.
The batteries.
I just went and looked at Texas. Outside of him driving and getting iron. And honestly, I'm not sure I ain't really that bothered about the guys not seeing my hole in the ground.
It's a nice hole.
It's a hole.
Hole.
I saw a pillar going down into it.
Yep. You've seen it, basically.
I mean, if you can make power by drawing ice and running an engine, I'm on board.
And then Spacebar welded up the wall and then took his thing apart. And little did I know, put loads of round blocks in the wall. So now his ship's upside down.
It's definitely a different take on having to have him see you in his
Get you
office.
at all. Well then, I've even got some outro-y sounding, some kind of sounding music. Yeah, bedrooms. But instead, I shall get into the spotlight and dance out. Did I put the Damn it. Well, I had the loop dance on here, but I don't. Oh well. Cheers for joining us, guys. Don't forget to go and check out, well, in this case, just Farrell's POV down in the description if you haven't already. Although Space Wars channel is linked down there as well. Don't go and check out Texfar, because his channel has nothing on it. And he might find that a bit weird.
Pointless.
At least take him for dinner. Or something. Thanks for joining us, guys. We will see you all next time, which may well not be next week, I warn you, because people have commitments, but information coming soon as to when exactly we will fit that in. And it should be a good one, so look forward to that. Later, guys.
See you.
I'll come back here.
Visible from space. There it goes. No, it's still visible, just that's the light's disappearing. I can still see the shadow of it. Now I can't see.